around the room with introductions. So what's your name and who do you represent? So can we start down here? Is that
Yeah, sure, happy to. I'm Jim Gordy, Morrow County Commissioner, and I guess representing everybody down the road.
Laura Feldman, I'm from Portland, Oregon, and I'm with the Oregon Hanford Board.
Wow, they're really having trouble. No, well, it sounded like the meeting was starting. Got an echo chamber.
From Oregon and District 29. I live in Umatilla County, and much of my district borders the Columbia River.
cool? And sorry, I should have introduced myself earlier. I'm Jeff Wyatt, and I'm the incoming chair of the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. So please excuse any hiccups here today on my maiden voyage.
So how's the audio on the phone or on the website? Can we check that people can hear us, by the way? Thumbs up, front lady, I can see you. And anybody thumbs up? Can hear me? Okay. Well, thanks. I'm Max Woods. I am Assistant Director for Nuclear Safety and Emergency Prep at the Oregon Department of Energy. I'm by delegation on the board as well, on the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board from Oregon Department of Energy Director Janine Benner in her absence, I'll fill in for that seat. And thanks everybody. We're live in person in, here we are in Richmond. It's amazing to be here. Can we just thank Department of Ecology, John, David, everybody else for hosting us today. I really appreciate that. So thank you for having us in space.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mia Burke. I work for Hanford Challenge as program manager, and I live in Portland, Oregon.
Hi, I'm John Price with the Department of Ecology. I'm your meeting sponsor today, although my boss is here also, David. So, but I'm the meeting sponsor.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, so I'm your meeting sponsor. So just a couple of logistical details. Restrooms are at this door to the left. If you did have to evacuate the building, there's a door right there. And there's also a door that you came in through. Our assembly area is by the ecology sign up at the front. If you'd assemble there, we keep a list of all guests and we'll count everybody to make sure they're there. If you need any assistance, first aid or anything, our receptionist at the front desk would be happy to help you.
I'm Steve Vedrick, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, and I live in Portland.
Hello, I'm Matt Hendrickson. I'm the new radioactive waste specialist with the Oregon Department of Energy. Second week, and happy to be here and trying to learn everyone's name still.
Tom Cecilia, I'm the Hanford hydrogeologist for Odo, and I'm the everything but tanks guy.
And I'm Sarah Lipsang, and I work on the natural resource damage assessment for the Hanford.
Do we have anybody else?
Hi, I'm Ron Miller. I'm the communications manager with Ecology's nuclear waste program.
I'm David Bowen. I'm the nuclear waste program manager, working to the tail end of my second year.
Okay, thank you very much. A couple of quick reminders. If you're online, make sure you're muted unless you need to talk. And for people here, if you have your cell phones, please put those on mute or stun for the course of the meeting. So we have some guests back here, so maybe we could start back here with the introduction.
Eddie Holbrook, Department of Ecology, into the waste program, waste management section manager.
Sally Simone, I'm on contract with the Oregon Department of Energy.
Roberto Amigo, I'm one of the remedial project managers with the Environmental Protection Agency. And
I'm Jeff Schramm. I'm the rep on the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board for the EPA.
Rich Beal, representing the Communications Department at the United States Department of Energy.
Tom Tyner, DOE, Assistant Manager, River Plateau. Brian Stickney, I'm the Deputy Manager of the Hanford site, DOE.
Matt Irwin, DOE, Deputy Assistant Manager for WPP.
And Illinois DOE Assistant Manager for Tank Farms.
And Susan Coleman, I'm a member of the public, and I'm also a member of the Hanford Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you very much. A good group today, and I'm sure, like most of you, it's good to see people in person. And I see some people are wearing masks. I'm hoping most of us are vaccinated or hopefully by now, but it's good to see that we're, for the most part, putting the pandemic behind us. Yes,
We have people online too, sir.
yes, thank you. Could we have introduction for people online? Mark, you want to call them out?
This is Dan Solitz. I'm your delegate to the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board and acting chair of the PIC committee.
Justin, go ahead.
All right, good day. I'm Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section at the OWRD and I'm an appointed Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board member. Thank you.
Ken?
Hi, I'm Ken Niles. I live in Kaiser. I'm a new member of the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board and previously had 30 years experience working on Hanford for the Oregon Department of Energy.
Rev Levy?
Hi, I'm Bobby Levy, representative District 58, and my district sits right on the Columbia River, and I share part of my district with the esteemed Senator Hansel.
Susan, are you on?
Yes, I am. I'm Susan Katz. I'm a member of the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. I live in McMinnville. I'm home with COVID right now, or I would have been there. Let's see. I'm representing Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility. I'm a retired pediatrician.
Morgan, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Morgan Gratz-Weiser. I do legislative and natural resources work in Governor Kate Brown's office, and I am a member of a non-voting member of this group. Thanks for having me. Susan, I hope you feel better. And I will say I will be on and off a little bit throughout the afternoon. I will have to be traveling a little later. So my square will pop in and off a little bit. Thanks for having me.
Now I would ask that any of the members of the public that are online, go ahead and type your information in. We'll have an opportunity at the breaks or when it's out for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. As part of the introductions at our last meeting, we had some discussion about a land acknowledgement.
I forgot to bring it.
Okay, so we will punt that into the next meeting then, if we could. Next order of business is the minutes. Does anyone have any comments on the minutes from the last meeting? There are no comments, and without objection, then we will consider the minutes approved. So moving next into the first agenda item, U.S. Department of Energy Hanford updates. So who's first?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and kick on it. That's okay.
I've got some opening remarks.
Sure. Well, welcome everyone. It's so nice to see everyone in 3 dimensions, even though many of you I haven't met, and you're taller or shorter than I had imagined in my head. So I've got to recalibrate all that stuff. So I'm Brian Stickney. I gave you a shortened title earlier. I am the Deputy Manager for Richland Operations Office and Acting Deputy Manager for Office of River Protection, which is cumbersome and awkward, and that's why I said it earlier that I'm just the deputy. But on behalf of Brian Vance, wanted to welcome you all here. important venue and really a special and important time for us on the Hanford site right now. We're making tremendous cleanup progress and have been throughout the pandemic. If you will recall back when the pandemic kind of came into all of our lives in the spring of 2020, we sent the majority of the workforce home. We're able to work our way through, develop controls, and start bringing workers back in a safe, deliberate manner, consistent with the COVID conditions on the site. We ramped back up to around 6,000 workers on site out of our 10,000, with the other 4,000 generally being at home and working from home, doing engineering and safety design, less work that was less or more portable than non-portable folks out there in the field. But for those that haven't been on the site in some time, I think your tour tomorrow is going to be like eye-opening to see the amount of progress that's been done over the last couple of years by our workers. We're incredibly proud of them and the performance throughout challenging times with the pandemic as well. And when you look at the pandemic as a whole, I think we were better postured than a lot of industries to handle this because of the fact that the nuclear field, we deal with hazards and controls on a daily basis. And, you deal with radiological hazards and chemical hazards and industrial safety hazards. And this just happened to be a new hazard. And while the controls for it tended to change a lot, and sometimes with short notices from the administration, we figured out a way through it, and our workers just stayed anchored on that. They said, okay, this is a new control. I follow the rules. Here's the rules, what they said. We're going to go do it. And we stayed safe. Surely people on the Hanford side got COVID. Most of the time, COVID doesn't have like a return address in the upper left corner of the envelope, so you don't know exactly where they got it from. What we do know is we didn't have like big clusters shared within the buildings together, which is a testament to their diligence. When I say this is an exciting time for the cleanup, I think you'll definitely see it. For those that haven't been out there, I think you're a little bit of a disadvantage, but for those that have, you'll definitely see the difference. Just this week alone, we anticipate, and I'm stealing some of Matt's thunder here, heating up the melters at WTP for the melter one for the first time ever in the history of the site. That's tremendous. This year alone, we have started treating tank waste at an industrial scale for the first time. We have 300,000 gallons treated and staged and ready for the WTP. So I'm basically just picking off all the fun for these guys up here. Those are really cool, sexy accomplishments on the ORP side, on the tank waste mission, which remains the largest environmental liability for the federal government. However, at the Richland side, we continue to make incredible progress, and this is where I piss off the third of my colleagues here. But 2.2 billion gallons of groundwater treated again this year on the Richland side. And the one I'm most impressed of, and I'm not sure if the tour takes you all to K, but down at K East, like 90-ish% done with the interim safe stabilization of our 7th of 9 reactors down there, K East. That'll be done in about 2 weeks. And if you look at it, actually, there's only one left to do because the 9th one is the national park, which will remain there at B reactor. And so incredible progress. There's a whole lot of other projects, and I'll let the team obviously share that. Those are some of the big hitters, though, that you'll see out there, and even the little things, though. And so I had the opportunity to work at ORP earlier in my career. I went over to RL when we were a little more segmented. Now we're operating as one. When I came back, I couldn't understand why Matt and Tom were talking about all this paving they were doing at WTP. I'm like, who cares? It's parking lots. God, move on, guys. And when you go out there, it ties it together. It's done. And you have a fence line going through the WTP footprint. There's the high level waste side, which is construction with its appropriate controls. And now you have an operating plant on the WTP side. And we're darn excited about it, even though it's maybe 15 years too late. From some of the things we've seen before. We're proud of the work that the team's doing here, and really excited that you all are here to share in that. Really looking forward to hearing your perspectives on the cleanup over the next week, because all of that progress I was just describing is only possible, A, through the hard work of our folks, out there reducing risk every day. Secondarily, through our partnership with the regulatory team, which I think is as good as it's ever been under the leadership of David with the Department of Ecology and with Dave. So I got a Dave and David, and they've got 2 Brians to deal with. It gets a little messy when we're meeting over at EPA, but we're working well together to progress the mission in the interest of protecting the public interest. And that's why forums like this, like the Hanford Advisory Board, and like public comment periods for all of our different cleanup activities are vitally important, because they shaped what is the cleanup that we're striving for and doing out there? How does the public want this to be done? Because ultimately, while I'm the customer of my contractors, they're also I'm their customer too, as a taxpayer, and you all are our customers as the department. So we've got a bang up group of really smart people here to talk to you today, to give you some project updates. And again, the tour tomorrow will be excellent. And we appreciate you all making the time down here. It's great to see you all. Thank you.
All right, so was where Brian was standing a good place, or is there a better place, camera wise?
I think the owl will find it.
Okay, and that's fine, I'm asking you guys. And then, by the way, I don't have a good side, so don't try to adjust the camera. So it is true, my name's Matt Irwin, I'm the Deputy Assistant Manager for the Waste Treatment and Mobilization Plant. And it is true, Brian took a little bit of my thunder, but if I'm successful, when you go take the tour, you will actually get to experience some of the excitement that I'm gonna talk about here in a minute. So I think for everyone who's known WTP, you can go to the next slide. WTP has been in the making for quite a while. And if you look at this picture, and I definitely encourage you, Brian mentioned it, but I definitely encourage you when you get out there, if you weren't there since COVID, which is very common, right? We're getting a lot of people coming out and taking a look at the plant. And if you haven't been there since COVID, you're gonna notice back then it looked like a construction site. They were dirt roads, gravel, partially completed buildings. If you go in the buildings, there was a lot of scaffolding, a lot of construction materials all in place. When you go get a tour, you'll see it's asphalt with all the controlled drainage in place. If you actually, and I encourage you, by the way, so if you drive through the gate, you guys are probably getting a bus, so I'm sorry. Open your window, and when you drive through the gate, listen, you're gonna hear the steam plant, and you'll actually see, it's right about here. Actually, you can see it in that picture, the sky valve with the excess steam coming off the steam plant. As you drive right over here, you're gonna hear the cooling towers, because the cooling towers are running, and they're running the plant cooling water. As you drive around the corner, you get to the, now this has been in place for a long time, but that's our substation. So thinking about any substation you've driven by, you can just hear that. Anyways, it's got the sounds of a facility that is operating. Are we there yet? Nope, we're still on the front end of commissioning, and I'm gonna talk about it here in a minute. So I'm gonna start at the facility level, and then I'm gonna back up and talk a little bit about the direct feed low activity waste program. So we're gonna start, stay on that picture for a minute, just a sec. So you may all be familiar, but I'm gonna talk through it anyway. So when you come in, you're coming in right over here into the WTP site. We have what's called balance of facilities. Those are all of the support structures and utilities. I mentioned a couple of them. One is a steam plant, water plant. We've got radioactive liquid discharge, so tanks for where our radioactive liquid waste will go. Tanks where our non-radioactive liquid waste will go. The heart of this low activity is right here in the center of your picture. If you're looking at your slides, that's a low activity waste facility. Right here in front, that's the compressor facility, so that's providing chiller plant to cool the water and compressors for compressed air. In the background, we have our analytical labs. That's to do the analytical work that supports basically the recipe for the glass so that we can make good glass that the waste gets trained in. And then in the background, right there at the very back, is the effluent management facility. So our off-gas train, I'm gonna talk a little bit more about it here in a few minutes, but the off-gas train takes the volatile organics and the other gases that are coming off of that melter, the top of that melt pool, and it takes it through a whole bunch of off-gas components that removes things like the NOx, like the mercury, but that has a lot of cooling water that goes through it. So that cooling water is what we call secondary liquid waste. That cooling water then goes to EMF, it goes through an evaporator, the condensate comes off, goes down to one of our sister facilities, I'll talk about it here in a few minutes, and then the bottoms of that, which are any of the particulates, go back into the feed stream and get into law and create glass. So that's law. These facilities all around the edge, those are all called balance of facilities, so that's providing support. And then on the left side is our partially completed high-level waste facility and the pretreatment facility. So that's just a big picture, just to kind of get you framed. When you come in, you'll be coming in right over here. These are the cooling towers. You'll see the steam plant there on your left, and then you'll circle around and spend some quality time in law. Next, if you can go to the next slide, we're going to talk about some pictures and talk about, before I go there, but you can keep it on the slide. So status of the project. We finished construction and we finished our startup testing. Startup testing was all of those testing of individual components. So think of it as a level detector or a pressure instrument, making sure that that instrument, when you plug in a particular value, you get out a particular value, that the software and the instruments are talking to each other. So that's individual component testing. We finished all that in 2021, and in October 2021, we did the first significant commissioning test. We did a few little ones before that, But that significant commissioning test was a loss of offsite power. So what was done there is the substation, oh, we don't have the picture, if that's okay. The substation removed power, and we basically made sure that the plant reconfigured. And what the plant does when it reconfigures, and these are the components, right? So we didn't have a melt glass pool, but what it does is it stops feeding the melter. It goes on to a backup power supply of batteries called UPE, and those UPE run a fan that makes sure that the off gas from the melter is going, bypassing most of the components on the off gas train and going up through the stack for a period of about 2 hours. 2 hours is how long it takes for the cold cap. And if you're a glass expert like Albert Kruger or a glass scientist, you can talk about all the fun constituents that are inside that cold cap, but it's mostly the volatile organics and the gases that are coming off the glass as it's in the pool at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. But over a 2 hour period, that'll burn off as long as you're not feeding the melter. And then you get into a situation where the melter doesn't have virtually any off gas. So you have a 2 hour period, you got to run the fans, you got to reconfigure the system so that you continue to cool the plant. And we want to make sure that that all reconfigured and that the standby diesel generator, which we have a diesel generator out there that provides a number of those key loads, does fire off and it provides power to all those key components. So we did that in, yes, ma'am?
Just to go back a little bit, to make this more basic. This is the plant where the waste from the tank chosen at that time comes in and it's separated into low and high activity.
So no, but let me give you an answer to that. So that's a great question.
What do we do here?
Great question. So I apologize. So the tanks have waste, and I didn't start quite that far back, and Delmar's going to give you a little bit about tank farms, and I'll talk in DF law, but basically those tanks have waste in them. There's a constituent that's called the low activity waste, and that's the non-sludges, non-salt cake. It's basically the supernatant, which is the water on top. So that's the non-technical term. And Delmar's going to talk a little bit about how that gets treated. That low activity waste then gets fed to WTP for DF law. And that's the completed portion is the low activity waste part of the facility. So that supernatant, after it's treated, gets provided to law. We mix it with glass formers at 2100 degrees in a 300-ton melter, and we turn it into glass and put it in what we call ILOG containers. That glass then cools, and it gets put in a double-lined integrated disposal facility trench, which Tom is going to talk about. And we will be treating that low-activity waste here within the next year and a half. The high-level waste portion is the follow-on portion for which construction was paused in 2014 for high-level waste. We're back in design, and we will be starting limited construction here later this year. But our focus right now is to start treating that low activity waste. So great question, and I'm sorry for those of you who I jumped ahead. To be 100% fair, I'm 10,000% focused on commissioning. And so I will admit, I don't always start back where I probably should. So thanks for keeping me on. Did that make sense? Okay, good. Any other questions?
Really stupid terminology one. I'm hearing low activity and low level and high activity and high level being used interchangeably. Is that actually interchangeable? Or
So high level and high level waste are the same thing.
Okay.
Low activity waste is the portion of tank waste that's not high level waste. And it's treated water basically, and I say I don't want to say water. It's the liquid at the top of the tank after it's gone through treatment to remove the cesium and the particulate. So it can't be sludge or any of that sort of thing. That's considered low activity waste. That's different than low level waste, which is the waste that you could generate in any radioactive facility and gets disposed as a low level waste. So that's a great question. I will be the first one to admit I'm trying to spell out my acronyms, but I do understand that some of those acronyms still need context.
Yes, did I hear you say you're treating waste after vitrification?
No, we're treating waste through vitrification.
That's what I thought.
So if I said after, then that was a
Good to clarify.
poor wording choice on my part. Yes, sir.
So during power failure, when you switch over to batteries, did I hear that part of the emissions train was bypassed?
Yeah, that's part of the design of the plant because there's not enough power to run all of that secondary waste. So it'll still go through the HEPA filters. It still has an elevated release and it burns off the cold cap within the 2 hours. So that is part of the design. Okay, I'm gonna jump forward. Pictures. Okay, so just a few things. Here on the left in June of 2020, Two, it's giving you a picture, and I know it's not a great picture, but what's on the right side of the picture, the left side of the individual in the picture, that's our carbon bed. So carbon bed is one of the off-gas train components that takes out the mercury. So we have a whole array of off-gas components. And I guess I should be clear, and I think I was. Not all of those constituents come off on a loss of power. It's only a couple of them, which we're definitely not in a position to go into that level of detail, but I'm happy to discuss that in more detail with people down the road if they would like. But the reason I bring that up here in the summer is when we put the off-gas train in service. And what that means is not just in testing individual components, but actually bringing the whole thing online together. So that entire off-gas train on. Now, remember, it's cold, so we haven't heated up yet. So we know that's not its final constituent. And we also don't have any of the hazards. So we aren't making glass at this point. But we have brought it all online as an integrated unit and balanced the HVAC. So if you've been involved in the nuclear industry, you're familiar with facilities that operate at escalating levels of negative pressure. So in this case, off-gas is at the lowest negative. Then we have the process cells and some of the other portions of the building that are closer to ambient pressure. So they're less negative than off-gas. And then you have the rest of the building, which is also still negative relative to atmosphere. So we have 3 zones. So just for a piece of information, this next picture over here just shows our cooling water system. This is just showing we had a couple of our pumps that failed, which is it's good that it failed at that point during commissioning. It's not surprising that you have components that either don't work as designed or they failed during the rigors of testing. We had 2 of the pumps fail. We found it had to do with basically very turbulent flow at the impeller on the pumps. It was causing some cavitation. We redesigned the pump basins so that straightens out the flow. And we've got 3 new pumps installed, and they're all working really well since this summer. Next picture. Okay, so.
Can I remind people online that if you would like to ask the question, please use the hand raise function.
Yeah, and then you guys will keep me honest and wave me down. Otherwise, I'll ramble on. All right, the upper left-hand corner here is basically that's the control room at the low activity waste facility. One of the really important things is as we approach commissioning, we call it readiness. So at the end of when you think you're ready to operate something. So think about this like when you got in your car. You have all the habits that you do, and if you're really good, maybe you do a 360 walk around, you look at your tires, you check your engine oil, you get in the car, you put on your seatbelt, a lot of those things, whatever your habit is, you do all that without thinking. Readiness is the steps you go through to verify that I'm actually safe to operate this vehicle. So that might be making sure you've got your seatbelt on, making sure your passenger has their seatbelt on. So readiness is a process that says not only do I think I'm ready to operate, I've done something to validate that I'm ready to operate. So we're in our commissioning string and working our way towards readiness. Readiness is broken down for us into 3 things: people, plant, and paper. So plant is easy. Everybody is very familiar with you build a plant, whatever it is, build a house, and you're building the house to keep you warm, to give you lights, all of those kinds of fun things. So you got your plant, and you make sure that you got it as designed. People is that you make sure that you actually got people who understand how to operate that plant, right? So you move into your new house. If you don't know how to run your furnace or your heat pump, you're going to be calling people to help you out because you don't know how to do that. So people understanding, having knowledge, a level of knowledge commensurate with the responsibility is a really important piece. And then the paper, that's the procedures. If you're a stereotypical male, maybe you never read those manuals that you got with your barbecue grill or anything else that you might have in your house. But we all know there's a lot of good stuff in there. If you go read them, you're going to learn some things. So as a nuclear facility, we make sure that the people, paper, and the plant are aligned. And what we found from a PFP project is there's 2 other important elements that just go along with that. They go hand in hand, and they serve as a catalyst to help you through that process. And one is partnership, and that's making sure that the whole team is working together. And then the other one is pride. Make sure that when you go do something, you're doing it, meeting the quality requirements so that you can be proud of the job when you get done. So this control room, they've gone through extensive work at a simulator. We have a simulator here just down the road at the Hammer facility, which is a great place where they can go in, operate a simulated plant that has upset conditions and alarms and learn what they should be seeing when they're in the plant. And then they've also been running it here as we work through commissioning. As you sequentially add more things to your plant, and put them online. They've been working through that process, validating their procedures, and then supplementing our training where we need to along the way. So people, plant, and paper. Down here, temporary startup heaters. So the actual melter itself runs on a concept called joule heating, which basically means when it's full of glass, the glass itself provides the conductor, and you have electrodes on either side, and you're heating it through the glass. So that's what happens when it runs as designed. But to get to that point, you got to fill it with molten glass. So to do that, you put in startup heaters at the top. Each one's a nominally 25 kilowatt resistance heater. It goes in through the top where we normally have bubblers, and bubblers are used to mix it with the gas to keep it all homogeneous. But you have 18 of those. You put those starter heaters in, you heat it up to 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a whole bunch of checks we do along the way. So that's nominally a 10-day process to go from ambient up to 2100 degrees. Then you add frit, which frit is just little glass pellets. And you add that frit into the top, you create your melter pool. And then once you've done that, then you can actually energize your joule heating. So if you start.
What are you talking about per batch?
A batch into the melter is 8,000 gallons. So that's what we add into a batch. The melter pool itself, gosh, I don't know the volume exactly off the top of my head, but it's probably in the order of, it's probably in that order of 1,000 gallons, something like that. I don't know it off the top of my head. See, I could probably do the math because I don't know the dimensions, but I'm not going to do that standing up here. I can get that to you guys. Yeah, so it's 300 tons. The melter itself is about the size of this room, and it's made up of refractory, which are basically ceramic blocks. So the melter pool itself is about the size of this table to the end of that table across. Yeah, maybe a little bit bigger. Okay, and actually this is the top of the melter, so it gives you an idea. The melter is just a little bit smaller. These are the bubbler ports. It's just a little bit smaller than that particular footprint. Okay, what this is right here, this is the top of the melter, like I said. This is what we call a consumable changeout box. And basically what that does is you take a port off of here, we put in bubblers, and that's to, like I said, that's to keep it homogeneous and to mix the melt pool. And so when the bubblers last nominally 6 months, right? So there's not many materials that last in 2100 degrees Fahrenheit glass for long periods of time. So nominally, we expect them to last about 6 months, might be a little longer. Our brothers and sister melters across the world, both their melters and their bubblers last a little bit longer than design, which isn't surprising because engineers always put design margin in. So what happens is you come over here, this is an empty cylinder, it's got a hoist at the top of it. You go down, it connects onto the top of the bubbler, it pulls it up inside this tube. It's got a gate, that's what this is, the gamma gate. It provides shielding, and it also provides a gate both from the gamma gate to the melter top and from the CCB, which is the cylinder, inside. So you close that out, you can take it over and export it, and basically export it's going to get put into basically get bagged, and it's going to get put into a box for the one that you took out. Then you'll take another CCB, we have probably 20 or 25 of these, and it goes into what you call the import port. It'll pull a new bubbler into it, bring that new bubbler right here over the gamma gate, and put it down into the melter. So what we have right here today are the 18 startup heaters. So those plugs are off, and there's a startup heater with a big cable out of it to provide the power to heat up the melter for the first time.
We have a question.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yes, Stan Solitz. I was wondering what do the melters end up in the IDF? Not the melters, but the bubbler?
Yes, the bubblers do. That is correct. So a bubbler gets packaged into a box, and it goes to IDF.
Okay, thank you.
Integrated disposal facility. Tom is going to tell you wonderful things about IDF here later, I believe. And if he doesn't, then you can accuse me of misleading you, which I would never do. Next slide. Okay, so these are just some of our support entities. IDF, this just gives you a picture. Like I said, I believe Tom will probably talk a little bit more about that. Some of the scope. So we're going to talk about the DF-LAW, which is all the different projects working together. This is for the effluent treatment facility. That's where we send the condensate off of the EMF evaporator. We send that down to the effluent treatment facility. That's managed under the contractor that works for Delmar for tank farms. And first it goes to the liquid effluent retention facility, and then that gets processed through the ETF. So that's just processing that secondary water. And Delmar can go into more detail on that to the degree he needs to. He'll have Tisker, which is really exciting. So that was just a teaser for you. Next slide. This slide, and I apologize for everyone who's in the room. Hopefully you have your slides in front of you because it is relatively busy. But this shows the overall DF law program. So law, which is what I'm focused on, is an individual facility. And then WTP has a number of facilities that support law, and we're working on commissioning that. So that's my laser focus. But from a overall Hanford standpoint, where you talk about direct feed low activity waste, and what that is an overall program. It has 5 different contractors, all having to work in concert to be able to manage the low activity waste and get it vitrified and get it disposed of. So if you look at the middle of the picture here, and Delmar will talk a little bit about it, but it starts in tank farms. They run it through Tisker. Then when it becomes something that I get to play with, we send it in batches. EMF, the reason that line goes through EMF is because we have what's called the low point drains. So anytime you have a liquid system, if you were to lose power or to lose the ability to pump, you want all that to go to one place. And then you want to make sure that you've got the mechanisms in place to deal with it when it gets to that one place. So EMF is our low point. So if we were to lose power or lose the pumps, then it's going to drain down to EMF. And then we have mechanisms that can allow us to then get either back to tank farms or the more desirable into the low activity waste facility itself. You'll notice this has a number of little trivia tidbits. Of course, they won't be the ones that you ask because that's how Murphy's Law works. But they are interesting tidbits, and they do give you a little bit of context on the overall volume and throughput for the facility. The waste normally is going to come through. It's just going to pass through that low point drain of EMF, go to low activity waste facility. It goes into what we call the process cell. Process cell just has tanks. It's no different than in your kitchen when you're putting out mixing bowls. You're going to want to mix all the various ingredients together, and that's what we do. We mix the glass formers with the tank waste, with any other additional water that we need to do to flush lines. We create a batch. We sample that batch. We process that sample through our analytical laboratory, which is also on site. It was in the overhead that we talked about. Then we feed that to the melter. We actually have 2 melters. So right now we're heating up melter 1, but when we're actually in operation, we'll have both melters operational. Each melter has 2 pour spouts so that we will be feeding batches to individual melters. As we feed those batches, we'll be filling canisters. Then those canisters are allowed to cool. We go do any surveys that we need to, put the lid on, put it on a truck, which is represented here. And then that goes to the integrated disposal facility. And then the other picture we have here in the white line is all those secondary liquid wastes. We're cooling the plant at continually, and that cooling water goes over to EMF. The condensate that gets boiled off goes to LERF and ETF. And that's the process. And then the left side of this picture shows all of the support entities that have to all work in concert for this to be successful. That includes 24/7 emergency and medical services, includes the electrical distribution, which, as you can see there, greater than 50 megawatts. This is a pretty significant load on the overall system. Patrol, we've got IT, water and sewer utilities. The the 222S laboratory actually supports tank farms, so that's all of the tank waste samples and processing that. Within WTP, we are simply doing the analytical samples. So that's making sure that we get the right glass formers to support the batches as we're loading them to the low activity waste facility. So this is trying to just paint that picture of all the things that have to go on to help make sure that the heart of the low activity waste facility is operating, making glass, and basically disposing of our low activity waste from the tank farms tank waste treatment mission. So I know I covered a lot of ground, and I apologize. I probably started somewhere in the middle. So I apologize for that, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions before I head off to Delmar. Yes, sir.
I don't think you mentioned lab. Could you talk about the role of the lab in low activity waste?
The analytical lab, that was the part I talked about, your kitchen and recipes.
Okay.
So the analytical lab takes the samples of what we get from tank farms, so that's the tank samples, and then the batches that we're going to get over of the treated waste after it's processed through Tisker, and then we determine what glass former recipe we need to add to that. And the glass former recipe is nominally 20 different things, and if you really want a PhD version of that, I'd be happy to get Albert Kruger over here, but it's basically how we make good glass. And then the 222S lab is doing the radioactive tank waste samples. And they've been in place for a long time, and they manage that overall baseline of tank waste. Does that answer your question? Go ahead.
And I see that there's a IT noted on here, and I'm just curious, maybe this is too good a question to get into, but like, there's a lot of software, I'm assuming, running all of this. And so and I'm sure this facility has I know it has a very, very long anticipated lifespan. So what's the kind of continuity plan for all that software? Are there in-house software people writing it, or is it all external people that are in our business and then we'd be hanging?
It's a mix of those two. So when it was designed and constructed, it was a number of vendors that helped provided that software. As we've implemented the software and we go through the commissioning string, it ends up being this is no different. And I know, by the way, I know I'm using simplistic examples, so I'll apologize for that, but I do think they're important. This is no different than in your home computer when you're getting those Microsoft updates. We have a team of software security experts who are updating that software, in some places replacing obsolete. So in some cases you'll find over time, right? And this is no different than at home. I start to upgrade my software here for my control network. It's called ICN. And I find that this new instrument doesn't talk to it anymore. So that's no different than when you're at home and you're like, why isn't my printer working? I just got a new computer. Hopefully none of you have ever had that. I have a couple times, but it's that kind of a scenario. So we are on a regular basis dealing with components that aren't properly talking to the software and vice versa. Now, the good news is, from a safety standpoint, we have what's called PPJ, and PPJ is what we call the safety software. So it's an independent software platform that has, it forces systems into the fail-safe configuration if you reach a safety issue, and some of that's off gas. So like if you have an off gas component that's not doing its function, there's an interlock that will trip and it'll cause you to stop feeding, and it'll cause you to then go confirm that that off gas component is functional again. And I know that, I apologize, I know that's very simplistic, but that's what it's ultimately trying to do. So if we have an instance where, and I'll just use this is going to happen to this plant sometime. We go and upgrade the ICN, and the ICN is our normal software, so that'd be just like your desktop. It does something that allows the plant to do something it's not supposed to do. PPJ is overseeing that. It has only one function, and that's to make sure that if it gets a signal, or if it loses a signal, because if it loses a signal, it's the same thing as getting a bad signal. Either of those two things happen, it causes the final element, and usually that's a valve to trip. That valve goes to the safe configuration. We stop feeding the plant. We burn off the cold cap. So one of the things we're doing in commissioning is, and this isn't a surprise, it doesn't make people happy, but is we trip those all the time now, because you're learning about the plant. And if we have an instrument that's not talking to the software and it causes it to give it a signal. Now remember, we don't have hot glass right now. This is all cold. It causes the plant to trip. So that means the plant thinks it's in whatever that unsafe configuration is, and it trips. The good news is that happens, it's becoming less regular, but it happens on a regular basis. Sometimes it's because of components not talking to each other. So our job in commissioning, so people say, well, gosh, why does commissioning take so long? You guys started in October of 21 and you're still working on commissioning. Well, think about your house on steroids by 1 billion. All the little things, if you ever bought a new house and you're like, I want to make sure the outlets work, I want to make sure the heat pump works, and hey, how about that garbage disposal? We got all that kind of stuff, but it's all automated and it's got software. So we got to make sure it's all talking to each other. So it's a combination of the two. There are times we have to reach out to vendors, but for the most part, now that it's actually designed and constructed, it's the in-house software expertise that are working through those talking to each other kinds of challenges, or obsolete. We've had a number of components become obsolete, and you have to go out and get a new, it's not a new overall system, but a new system for maybe that instrument and that controller. Does that make sense?
A question from Dan Solitz.
Okay.
Yes, I'm back to the bubblers again. Are they going to do another performance analysis of the IDF, the integrated disposal facility? As I recall, the last time they did one, the bubblers weren't included. And just wondering, maybe that isn't your bailiwick to know, but are they thinking about doing another performance analysis with the bubblers?
I can't speak to that. Tom, do you know? I don't think so, but.
No, the performance analysis is in place. There's 2 other PAs, performance analysis we're doing on different waste sites right now.
Yeah, so as far as I know, all of that is under the umbrella of the analysis we have in place today, right, Tom? We don't have any. So by the way, we run what's called the DFLAW program. Part of the DFLAW program is to make sure that each of these entities that all have a key role, and I'll just start because it was asked earlier, right? 222S and that tank waste sampling mission is critical to being able to, for Delmar to be in a position to say, yep, this waste is ready to go to law and for us to accept it. So all of those things have to work in unison. So we have interface control documents. We have regular getting together, making sure all of those interfaces are being managed effectively. And if there are issues, and periodically we do have things come up, we do what we call a fin team, fix it now team, and they go out and quantify the particular issue. So I'm 100% confident if we didn't have a very good disposal path for bubblers, that would be on our fin team. So I know that's a more wordy answer than you wanted, but.
Okay, Dan, is any other comments or questions?
Well, yes, I'm just concerned about the secondary solid waste was grouted, and the glass, of course, is fairly corrosion proof, and I'm not sure what shape the bubblers are in when they go into the IDF, and if they will transfer contaminants to the groundwater.
So knowing that it's a line trench and knowing that it gets packaged for our waste management criteria, I don't think there's any higher likelihood of spread of contamination there than there is with the ILOC containers. But I'm sure our waste management people can provide all the details.
Yeah, maybe we can
If
follow
that's
up.
helpful.
I'm 99% sure that the hazard bubblers captured in all secondary waste, including clothing, the filters and everything factored into the PA, but we'll reconfirm and goes back.
Sure.
Okay, if there are not any more questions.
We have a hand up here.
Yeah.
So I know that Tom Fletcher gave a presentation to the Hanford Advisory Board, and he flagged a few issues that were occurring with startup, like minor loss of power, instrumentation and calibration, water transferring between melters and between tank bars. And I'm just wondering if there's any updates or additional information about that.
So when it comes to instruments, that's the whole discussion that we had here on asking the question about software.
Yeah.
So we resolve them as they come up. Right now we're working, and so by the way, I'm remiss. We're within days of actually heating up the melter for the first time. So we have what's called our punch list. We're working that off. That's down to about a dozen items. So we're within a few days of being able to heat up the melter, which means energizing those heaters for the first time. And we systematically go through all of those challenges that affect melter one heat up. So any of the instruments and their ability to talk to each other, those are being systematically resolved. We expect, by the way, and this isn't a surprise, right? When a component is operated at ambient, it's going to be different than when it operates at its design temperature. So the melter will be 2100 degrees. The submerged bed scrubber takes it down to about 900, and then the rest of that off-gas train takes it down to lower and lower temperatures so that it can go through that component of the off-gas train. And then it also has to be heated to get the moisture out before it goes through HEPA filters, because I know we've got some rad people here and we don't like putting liquid through HEPA filters. That's a really bad day. So we have components to make sure that that gets dried out, make sure that that off-gas is in a condition so that it can go through the filter safely. So once we get hot, it'll be glass. It won't have any waste in it. It won't be creating any of the constituents that the off-gas train is designed to handle. And at that, we'll test all these components through for making sure that they function together in a hot environment. So we fully expect that we're going to run into some more challenges, whether that's components talking to each other when they're hot, which might not be the same as when they were cold, or components that either break or wear out. And we have procedures and processes in place to systematically go through those when we identify them, put them in either our condition report or write a non-compliance report, which is an NCR as part of our QA process. And then we'll systematically evaluate those, replace those components, test those components, and then put them back into service. So once we start the melter heat up, it's about a 10-day period to go from ambient to 2100 degrees. So that's still going to be a very slow and systematic process. But all of the things that Tom talked about here months ago, we're systematically working through those so that we can start melter heat up. Once we get through melter heat up, then we work our way towards cold commissioning. Cold commissioning is when we actually introduce simulants that can produce the hazards. So the hazards are things like NOx. And so we'll actually put in a simulant that will challenge, although it won't challenge it to the levels that the permit allows. It'll challenge it at much lower levels. And that'll be where we confirm that those off-gas train components work as designed. And then when we do the environmental performance demonstration test, which is part of the permit, then we actually have to introduce an additional chemical load for a short duration test to show that that challenged off-gas system actually performs as designed. So that's cold commissioning management assessment that allows us to go into that phase, will be in the spring. That'll be after we've checked out the melter and made sure that all of the individual components are working in unison to perform their function. And I can definitely guarantee you, if I give you some updates along the way, we will have issues that at any phase along the way, we'll have the ones that we're working through. Right today, we're dealing with things like, and you're not going to be surprised by this, the melter is made up of individual refractory blocks. When it's cold, there are gaps between those blocks. That's on purpose. So we have more in leakage. When we're pulling the fan to go out through the stack, we're getting more in leakage than designed because it's not full of glass and it's not at temperature. So that actually challenges some of our system because it wasn't designed to run at 10 times as much airflow than it is today. So we've had to do some compensatory measures and by the way, like I said, we're not going to be challenging that off-gas component. So it's not so much that have a problem with emissions. It's that we have extra flow, which could cause heat to go down the line, right? If I have 2100 degree off-gas coming to the submerged bed scrubber, but I increase the flow by 10 times, what do you think that's going to do to the temperature on the outlet of the submerged bed scrubber? It goes up. That's going to create a higher temperature at the WESP. And that's not what we want to do. We don't want to challenge from a temperature standpoint those downstream off-gas components. So to support initial melter heat up, we will actually have a lower overall airflow. We don't have any emissions, but we'll have a lower airflow so we don't create a heat problem for those downstream components. And then as we heat it up, that gap on those refractory blocks will close, right? Because it will expand. And then we put glass in, that's going to seal up the vast majority of that body of the melter. Once we do that, we expect the flows to be back down where they should be. We do have some margins, so it's not like it has to get down by an order of magnitude, but it should appreciably reduce. So I'll just give you an example. I fully expect when we're hot, we're going to have some components downstream that are not going to react the way they did when they were at ambient. We're going to have to recalibrate, or maybe even in some cases replace instruments. So does that help, or did you have something specific you want to follow up on?
Yeah, just a quick update. Is the water transferring between melters and between the tank farms? Is that?
We have completed our first transfer between WTP and tank farms. Confirming that process.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Very detailed.
Yeah, sorry. I know I did a ramble.
Appreciate that.
Is that on the DOE website as any kind of video or demo or?
I do know that B&I has a animation of the melter heat up and does have a number of the piece of information, but we'll confirm that we can confirm. I don't think the day in the life, there's any reason that wouldn't be on there. It may already be, but we'll confirm.
Is it B&I site?
You're talking about this slide here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whether this slide is on there. I can confirm that, but I do know that the B&I, who's our constructor, they do have an animation of the melter heat up. They have some other animations of the plant itself.
How can I find that?
I think if you were to go Google WTP B&I, and I'll make sure that between Rich and I, we get information so that you guys can actually get more. But there's a lot of information out there. Some of it, and the only reason I hesitate is I know they put some of it on YouTube and some of it on Vimeo. And so I don't want to tell you what's on which one and have you go to the wrong place. But we can get you some more detail on that.
This slide will also be on the OECD page.
Say again?
This slide will also be on our website in the slide deck.
Sure.
Okay, Delmar, take it away.
Thanks. Switch to the next presentation. Let's see, 3:30, so we'll try to keep it on schedule. And I'm not 100% focused on WTP startup like Matt, so I'm focused on doing everything the tank farm needs to do to support a direct feed low activity waste, i.e. starting up the low activity melter to vitrify low activity waste for the on-site disposal. And this is kind of shared before. It's kind of an exciting period. We're starting up the vitrification plant, at least the low activity side of it. And a lot of other activities preparing for direct feed low activity waste. So what we're doing is treating the cyprinate, the liquid portions of the waste, removing the cesium so it is no longer high level waste, and then feeding that to this low activity vitrification plant that Matt was just talking about to begin the waste treatment mission, which is critically important. Obviously the liquid in our double shell tanks is the most mobile and most easily to get out of the tanks. So that's important. Two is by treating this waste in our double shell tanks. And remember, this was all the liquids that was in the single shell tanks, we moved into the double shell tank because it's safer to store. But as we treat that and remove that out, which when we get DFLAW up and running, it's about 1 million gallons a year nominally. Then that's just 1 million gallons of new DST space that we bought that we could then use for other operations, including additional single shell tank retrieval. And but through that treatment process, we open up the space and then we can bring in more of the single shell tank waste into the double shell tanks and get out of the single shell tanks as quickly as we can. Tank farms has other focuses. Direct feed low activity waste is easily our highest priority, getting ready to begin that treatment mission because, we can talk about completion of the treatment mission, but until we start, it's a theoretical activity. When we start treating, then we're beginning to make progress. We're doing safe storage of waste in interim, obviously a long-term mission of that. Continuing tank waste retrievals, i.e. retrieving the much waste from the single shell tanks as we can and moving that to the double shell tanks to forward feed to treatment. And then really preparing for, as Matt talked about, the high-level waste facility and getting that facility up in the future and beginning the high-level waste portion of the mission. That ultimately will drive the time it takes the department to complete the treatment mission. So it is a very exciting time. And these are the initial steps, but they're very important steps that I think we've all been working at and working on for a very long time. Next slide, please. So in this current DFLAW activity, one of the most exciting pieces, at least for me, from tank farms is we have actually treated significant quantities of tank waste for the first time. I have 380,000 gallons of pre-treated wastes. Essentially, that's supernatant from the double shell tanks that we filtered out all the solids, and then we ran it through an ion exchange process to remove the cesium. So it is essentially the chemical components with the bulk of the radiation removed. And Matt didn't bring it up, but the low activity waste and these containers when done are really on contact handled activities because so much of the radioactivity has been removed. We've completed 2 batches. So we go in, ran through those ion exchangers when they are full, replace them. So we've done 2 batches to get that 380,000 gallons. By June of next year, we anticipate to have our first campaign done. So we're storing this in AP 106, which was an NT double shell tank. When WTP enters commissioning, they will start feeding that in 8,000 gallon batches over to the low activity waste plant through the EMF, I can't remember the acronym. Basically evaporator on the WTP side, and begin that process of actually treating it and vitrifying that waste. This is the control room for the TISCR, and this is some of the planned maintenance. Right now, we're doing planned maintenance and some upgrades and plan to get into that 3rd batch, probably early February. And then when the machine is operating so well, we were thinking it takes 7 batches to do that first campaign, and that's nominally 1 million gallons. We think now we can do it with 5 batches. So it's working really well. This is a tried and tested technology that actually Savannah River is used as well. And the resin we're using is what was developed in the FUCAD, the Japan response, and I can't pronounce it right, but their power plant issue they had at Fukushima. I know I'm mispronouncing that, so. Next slide, please. But that is really
question. Can you remind us what happens to the cesium and the ion exchange resins?
Sure, absolutely. And us and the state have talked about it. This is a non-elutable ion exchange material. So basically it captures the cesium and won't release it. So those are being stored on a pad for operations. And we have an agreement with Ecology that sometime the next 5 to 6 years, we'll negotiate the pathway for that material. There's lots of options. I mean, obviously the most conservative option would be it gets fed back into the high level waste melters moving forward. So that's the base case if we don't find a better solution. And there are other options. In the interim, really is sitting in a safe configuration in an ion exchange column on a pad. It's self-designed for self-shielding. So it's self-shielding, self-ventilated. Kind of think of a fuel cask storage, except it's just a cesium on an ionic material. So that's the path forward. The final disposition we'll discuss with the state and negotiate. But again, the bottom line option is feed it to high level waste or even potentially direct disposal in whatever the national repository works out to be is one of the other options as well. But what it does do is it gets it out of the liquid in the tanks into a much safer interim storage configuration.
If there were some kind of emergency, would this whole thing shut down, or what would happen?
So,
Outside.
oh, outside, okay.
Something.
Yeah, because I mean, essentially what we're doing is running tank waste through this and running it through a filter and through. So the spill is about the only real hazard in this operations. We have AOPs set up for this operations if something outside happens, but essentially we just turn it off. Alarm response procedures.
Okay.
But if there was a major event on the site, why we basically just turn it off. There's no heat load, there's no moving components, and it's an enclosed container that people can't access during operations. Between batches, we de-inventory it and can enter it, but during operations, nobody's physically there.
The melters shut off too?
This facility is independent of the melter, so right now what I'm doing is taking that supernate,
Yeah.
removing it and storing it into a tank. So it's completely disconnected from the day-to-day
I
operations.
was thinking of the other,
Yeah,
the vitrification process.
yeah, this is far, far much simpler. I don't have a heat load. I don't have all the hazards that the WTB has with the high
Right.
temperature operations. This is done at room temperature at, 50 pounds.
That question was for the.
I can answer it. So
Go
from
ahead,
an
Matt.
emergency standpoint, the low activity waste facility has no emergency, doesn't mean any of the emergency action levels, so not even for a local emergency from a radiological standpoint. Our single biggest hazard is the ammonia, anhydrous ammonia that we use to treat the NOx. So that anhydrous ammonia is stored in, tanks on site so that the chemical hazard, we do have the potential for a site area emergency if we were to release that ammonia, very similar to the refrigeration plants across the highway here. So we do have a significant quantity of ammonia, but the actual plant and the rad hazard itself does not create any emergencies. Although we have alarm response procedures, just like Del Mar, and in the event of an emergency, if we stop feeding the melter, burn off the cold cap, which is nominally 2 hours, and then we're in a stable configuration. The worst thing that can happen is if we were to somehow lose the ability to heat the melter, then that melter would solidify, and you can't restore it once it's a solid block of glass. You'd have to replace the melter.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
So what's the rate that this will go through tank supernate
Okay.
per year, say, if everything goes as planned?
Okay, so this original TISCR we put in place was kind of a demonstration project. It is designed to treat, and it is treating 5 gallons per minute. So when it's up and running, it's 5 gallons per minute. A WTP nominally during operations, when they're operating at full capability, is about 10 gallons per minute. So what we're doing now is we're operating before WTP starts up, so I have 1 million gallons of inventory in place. So they can run for multi-years on that. We'll continue to run TISCR. In parallel, I am already in the process of defining a follow-up project to increase that capacity to 10 gallons per minute. So we'll be able to pre-treat and feed at the rate that WTP can run at full design rates.
Considering your quote average tank, how many tanks per year or decade is that?
Nominally, in this configuration, once we get things stabilized, we'll be treating about 1 million gallons a year. So we'll be removing about 1 million gallons of supernate from the double shell tanks a year. That's kind of a nominal number, but on average, that's where we're gonna be. So again, that gets back to essentially the same as building a new double shell tank every year, once we get this up and operating, opening up the window to retrieve more from the single shell tanks.
Yeah, how much fraction of the entire volume of all those tanks is supernatant? Is it like less than a tenth, greater than half?
There's about 20 million gallons right now that's currently supernate in the double shell tanks. Almost all of it is in the double shell tanks. I think it's like 19.5 million gallons. There's like 200,000 in all of the single shell tanks combined. But it's a little bit of a misnomer because Matt mentioned it. We have salt cake and then sludges. So the sludges is really the primary feed for the high level waste. It's got a lot of the rads and that kind of stuff in it. The salt cake is a solid, but we'll dissolve that with water. And the liquid portion of that, after we separate the solids and do the same thing in TSCR, will become the low activity waste. So that's probably 15 to 20 million gallons. And when you dissolve it, it expands in volume about 3 or 4 times.
When you're pulling the liquid off, I gotta think the characteristics of the top half of the liquid is different than where it's, marries to the sludge. And how do you separate that out? And when does it become the other, I guess?
Yeah, good question. And we've done some mixing and settling tests in our tank. So what we do is stage the waste, sample it, characterize it with a fairly homogeneous sample. And then we don't pull from the bottom of the tank. We pull somewhere in the midpoint so we don't dissolve it, don't pick up any of the solids that aren't already suspended in the liquids. So we do that by pumping at a higher level to avoid even getting into that range where we would be pulling more of the solids out. Because it is correct, this is a kind of a limited pretreatment system. It's not designed like PT yet, where we're separating the liquids from the solids yet. So this is very, very low weight % solids that we're pulling out of the tanks to avoid that exact problem. And, we'll stage and then let the tank sit for quite a while so they settle out. Decant is the technical term. Okay. The only thing I'll throw out before I get to the retrievals is consistent with what Matt talking about. We've been doing a lot of activities, procuring long lead activities for WTP operations that Matt was talking about. So like melters, we already have melters number 3 on hand. It actually isn't here physically. We have a melter assembly facility, and I'm in the process of procuring melters 4 and 5. Extra bubblers and extra containers. I'm in a process of configuring and procuring those things to support operations beyond the commissioning period that Matt and Tom are focused on right now. So we are also looking forward on all those long lead things we need to be able to continue operations, including the melters themselves, because as Matt said, they have a assumed 5-year operating life. We hope to get more out of it. Savannah River's seeing 7 to 9 in their melters, but same technologies, but quite a bit smaller. So we're already procuring those, so we have those at hands if we have those particular failures.
Delmer, thanks. I'm really appreciating this talk. Can you talk a little bit about plans for the next one? Plans for the next TSCR. And what you're starting to see seminally in terms of changes that you want to make, potential volume increases.
Gotcha.
As you Pac-Man this idea, yeah.
As I said, this TSCR was done as a demonstration. We did it with ecology. It's got hose and hose, so it's got some temporary aspects. It's got a 5-year limited life because of that. And there's been lots and lots of lessons learned. We are actually in the process of doing the AOA for the next phase. We're calling it AMPS, so we've got to have an acronym, Advanced Modular Pretreatment System. That's better than LOPS 2, or TSCR 2 or something. So we're in the AOA process defining exactly what that will be. Will it be a TSCR-like unit and how many and that kind of stuff. So we're in the process of going through the decision process in terms of the replacement capability. But it'll be designed to support the 10 gallons per minute treatment rate that WTV can run at design. Was there another piece of that question I missed?
I don't think so. I mean, it brings up a lot of questions for me in terms of timelines for getting something online.
Yep.
If you're going to scale up.
Yep.
And I'm really a proponent of smaller scale.
Yep. We're still through the AOA, so I can't say this is what we're going to do, but the obvious thing is TSCR type operations. The biggest lesson learned in operations has really been in the control system, talking IT. Just because an engineer can control a parameter and set off an alarm if you have a 1/10 of a second pressure variance between 35 pounds and 45 pounds, that doesn't matter. Doesn't mean you should build that in your control system. And I think that's one of the lessons learned is we got some of our controls in the electronics, the software running the system overly time sensitive for no reason. So in the old days, you have an analog, you look and the gauge wiggles and you're okay. Well, those gauge wiggles, are 1/10 of second fluctuations, and we're getting tripped quite a bit in those. So we've had to do some reprogramming and some changes to build that operational experience into the control system. But the ion exchange system itself is working exactly as predicted. The flow rates are almost exactly as predicted, and we're getting as much or more cesium than all of our studies predicted. So on the technology performance level, it's performing extremely well. You know, no physical blockage or failures of the actual process, but the controls and how we operate it, you know, kind of like Matt talked about, we're in a learning phase as well in the tank farms of how to go from a more static storage mission to a more active treatment mission. And there's lots of lessons learned that we can incorporate into the new project. But I think the technology and the physical approach are proven out. Yes, sir.
So one really stupid, simple question, and then one maybe slightly harder one. And AOA is analysis of alternatives?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
No, it's all right. And then this is maybe also a dumb question, but my understanding is the tanks all have kind of different stuff in them, right? In terms of like their composition and consistency and whatever random stuff may have ended up in that tank. So as far as the intake for this, how finicky is it? Like, you got it working on the setup for one tank, but then the next tank over might have like wildly different stuff. Do you need different filtering, different material handling?
Yeah, I mean, in this current setup with Tisker, right now, the answer is no. I mean, it's pretty much focused on, you know, filtration, so that's a physical operation. So as long as we keep the total particulates down and how we pull it out of the double shell tanks, we're okay. And the chemistry, all we're really doing is removing the cesium. There isn't a lot of chemistry blocks in there. The lessons learned from Savannah River is the one thing they struggled with a little bit is they were using raw water to backflush. And essentially the material in the water was, you know, getting on the ion exchange columns and reducing its efficiency a little bit. We're using treated pure water and not seeing that problem. And schedule wise, we're supposed to be done at 3:30 and Tom hasn't had a chance to talk on his scope. Can you give him a few minutes, just give you a highlight or?
Yeah.
I have a lot more to share, so I'll be happy to hang around if anybody has any questions. Tom, you want to take it? Anything you want to share before?
Would you go over more again with regards to the performance assessment? I know we have waste acceptance criteria, so anything that does not meet that does not go into the actual landfill. So could you describe what equipment you do plan to put in there?
Okay, thanks. Yeah. And we'll have to go and check exactly, but I'm 99% sure, for example, the bubbler questions, it is captured because in the PA, we did look at all the secondary waste streams, including you know, the melters, the bubblers. If we did pull them out, is the glass is the exact same glass that would have been in the containers, you know, because they were in the melt pool. So when you pull them out, it's just the hardened glass that cools out, pulling it out. So, you know, it wouldn't be releasable. It'd be encapsulated in the glass the same way. It's just in a bubbler versus being in a canister. So from a leachability perspective, it would be unchanged. I know the PA is looking at, you know, HEPA filters are a big option because they capture a lot of the radioactive materials. Those go into the integrated disposal facility. All the PPE and equipment and spare parts and stuff, all those are evaluated and can go in the PA and would be going into the integrated disposal facility. There's a lot of long length equipments, and you kind of see one we're pulling out here for retrievals that now are being grouted and heading into ERDF. You know, those may actually transition from ERDF to the IDF facility. We're still talking about it to some extent, you know, because of the reciprocal regulatory framework, but they're essentially the same facility, double line landfill kind of facilities. So, you know, they're in the process of updating those on an ongoing basis as well. So if there ever was a change, to Tom's point, if something needed to be added or something, that we'd have to do that evaluation before we could actually do the disposal. And there is a, you know, an inventory tool that we will use with the state to capture the total inventories as we move forward through the mission.
Okay, thank you. We are running a little bit behind schedule, so if no one has a major objection, we would like to give Tom 10 or 15 minutes.
Next slide, please.
And then we will take a short break and move to college.
You have your own presentation, right? Or do we want to continue?
I have my own presentation, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna spend a lot of time talking about the DFLAW as well, so Matt covered a lot of it. That's very, that's fine.
So if any additional questions the board has, you can always forward to me, and then I can forward on to you as well. So,
Again, too, this is an open discussion. If things come up during the discussion, we don't have time to talk, I'll be glad to, please send your questions to Rich. And he'll farm them out to us, we'll get you the answers. Like we've done before. Okay. Where you're gonna be flying tomorrow, it's the site, it's 580 square miles. And the reason why I wanted to put this slide on, I wasn't sure how familiar people were with our site and our dispersed projects. What, Assistant Manager River Plateau, our focus is really risk reduction right now. And the site priorities are our site priorities. And number one priority is to keep the buildings and waste sites safe. Make sure that we have adequate controls on buildings before we get to them. We have roughly 16 nuclear facilities. Some are what we call category 2, which are very high risk on site. And then category 3, a little bit less. Again, it's based on radionuclide inventories. And then we have a number of industrial facilities that we have to make sure that we keep safe. Not only for the short term, but for the long term, such that we don't have the funds to go in and actually do the demolition. We clean them up to a point where we can keep them safe and do annual monitors, things like that. So that's our first priority. But the next one too is our high side mission, as you've heard with regards to the waste treatment and the low activity waste. Integrated disposal facility is our effort. We're the trash men at the back end of things. We receive the waste. And they bring it to us and then we put it into the trench. And again, as Delmar and Matt noted that the integrated disposal facility is a permitted facility. It's going through some permit upgrades right now because we're changing the operations, whereas we're going to be putting a new leachate system in that's in process right now because it's a change in previous permitting conditions. We're going through that. And then also we're looking at possibility of some air permit changes. We're working with the Washington Department of Health as well as ecology and that for rad and non-rad air permits. And that's because we're actually putting a dome on top of the leachate tanks, whereas before they're open air. So again, we're working through that with ecology and Department of Health to move forward. One of the things we're doing too with regards to integrated disposal facility, we're looking at combining the contracts labor-wise between the environmental restoration disposal facility and the integrated disposal facility. The waste placement, waste acceptance criteria is be specific to each facility, but it's the same type of work, cover, place and cover. And then that right now, the contractor's gone out for bid, they have the bids and they're analyzing them right now, so that'll make us more efficient going forward. But here, the 324 building, this is close, Pacific Northwest National Laboratory is right here. It's close to the river. That's where we had found back in 2010 unplanned release from the B cell, hot cell 324 building. The Purex facility, right now, we're going through deactivation right now. The waste encapsulation storage facility, West B plant, that's where we're storing the cesium strontium capsule. That's our priority. 100K area right now where we are, the K West spent fuel basin has roughly 1.2 million gallons of contaminated water. We're working right now to get to the point where in 23 and complete in 24, we're going to take the water out, process it, pre-process it, and again with the ion exchange column, and then what's left afterwards will go to the effluent treatment facility for final treatment and disposal on site. The waste from the ion exchange modules will go into the environmental restoration disposal facility, and we're trying to maximize all of our waste. And then the reduction oxidation facility, that has some significant plutonium holdup in a few areas. And that's what we're going to be going through to make sure we stabilize it and remove that. So again, our priorities again, base ops, as we call it, DFLAW, 100K, WSF, waste encapsulation storage facility, the 324 building, and last but not least, the transuranic waste program. We've been working with the waste isolation pilot plant folks, Carlsbad field office, for the last few years. We hope to start bringing their central characterization program on site in 26 and actually start shipping true waste off site to WIP, waste isolation pilot plant, sometime in 2028. So that's all process. We want to get the transuranic waste to the waste isolation pilot plant. And here's all the acronyms too, in case I go like my counterparts here. Next slide, please.
I have a question on that slide.
Go back, please. Yes, sir.
What are the different colors and the boundaries? What do they represent?
Okay. This is the central area, central plateau. This is where we're probably never going to be able to release that for industrial or other use. So, and then this is the outer areas we call it, and that's been basically cleaned up. So you can see how we're trying to move in to a very centralized location.
Is that a map of the total Hanford reservation then?
It is, again, too, this used to be part of the reservation. It's no longer, and then across the river too, north Waluki slope to the top. And then this is now Bureau of Land Management, if I recall correctly, is actually managing it for us, but we still own it, we DOE.
So the yellow between the two colored lanes, what is that?
This is the inner area. This inner area, and this is like the secondary inner area. So you can see how we're phasing it, working our way in, so.
So the yellow is the central plateau?
Yes. And then this is the inner area, again, too, that's where the Purex facility is and things of that nature. Yes, sir.
So, also, are there, some hazardous materials from outside the reservation that are in the central plateau?
A while ago, I do recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mean to be disrespectful, is that we're no longer receiving offsite waste.
Okay.
To answer your question, in the past, we did receive what we call the German logs, we got from the German. And those are actually in the facilities in one of our burial grounds right now, so I just want to make sure I give you an accurate answer, but there has been a prohibition on importing waste for some time.
Thank you.
And give me a quick synopsis of what the disposition of the cesium capsule is expected to be now and timeline.
Right now, it's going to be going to interim storage. What we're doing right now, could you go back to the previous slide, please? Down here in what we call the 400 area, on the way up to the site, you'll see what's called a maintenance and storage facility. It's kind of a milk chocolate covered building that has a big L on its side. We're doing all of our mock-up testing there right now. So anything we're doing right now, because of the nature of the capsules and the radiation hazards, as we're going through at the maintenance and storage facility, we're doing test articles. We proof them for principle, and then once we get all the bugs worked out, then we go into production mode. That'll take probably until late 2023. We hope to start actual capsule transfer from wet storage where they are now in the waste encapsulation storage facility to dry storage in July of 25 and completed 18 months later. So it'd be a November timeframe of 26 or the first quarter fiscal year 27. And right now that would be all 1,936 capsules. And we're putting them in dry storage. We consider that interim because originally they were planning to go to the Yucca Mountain facility. So the design life, I recall, for the interim capsules, storage is like 50 years. So hopefully we'll be able to get a decision from our politicians, et cetera, to move forward. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
May I tag team on that question?
Yeah, by all means.
So I'm curious about what is considered orphan, when is orphan waste? And because of my.
Do I have a lawyer here?
I'm wondering, well, I don't know if we need one, but I'm curious about that because we have long link equipment that's going into interim, into ERDIT, at ERDIT, waiting for a decision to be made on what that disposition is and other, materials. So.
Okay. Let me back up. So when you say orphan waste, to me, that means it has no final disposal.
It has no, permanent.
Okay. With regards to, that's one reason why we're trying to design things to have a longer design life. And then through reanalysis, recertification by going back and seeing what the condition of, say, these concrete canisters for storing the capsules, what they're doing, then you probably do an extension if the existing capsules are holding up. I mean, the containment of the capsules, things of that nature. As far as the long linked equipment, I'll have to get back to you on that because things that have gone into ERDIT, my understanding was that they're permanently disposed. And if they're not, then that's something I have to go look at.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I think it's all final disposal order along the.
That's what I thought.
Tom, we've got a question online, and if we could take maybe finish up 5 minutes would be good.
Hey, Thomas, Ken Niles, just a quick question. I'm trying to recall, but I thought the milestone to complete cesium capsule removal was 2025. Am I wrong, or was that just to start it?
No, you are correct, and we're in the process. We've actually have been talking with the Environmental Protection Agency, their lead regulator for the capsule project. Because of delays due to COVID, we lost a significant amount of time, and then we had supply chain issues, not being defensive. With regards to that, EPA wants to wait until we actually get through the testing phase that I mentioned, the mock-ups, things like that, and then we're able to establish a firm date of when we think we could be done. So to answer your question, you are correct. We I think, declared it at risk.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, please, before I go on? Next things I have is a series of photographs. Brian mentioned the actually it's 2.32 billion gallons we are goal. But again, treating water really doesn't tell you the story. It's the amount of contaminants removed in tonnage or curies if it's technetium. We'll have that probably mid-month because we do keep track of that, but we need to do the final numbers and analysis. So again, that's 6 pumping trees. You'll see 5 along the river and then 1 in the central plateau, 200 west. Talk a little bit about the waste encapsulation storage facility. And then 224B, what that is it's in the B plant area adjacent to the waste encapsulation storage facility. And what we're doing in there, we're getting it ready for demolition. We're not going to do the demolition for some time, but there's a number of hazards in it that we have to correct. And this was the plutonium concentration facility at B. Next slide, please. 324 building. Again, this is one of our close to town, one of our major risks that we're looking at. We're in the process of stabilizing it now. What we want to do is put in what we call market piles underneath the B cell itself, so that when you remove the soil, there won't be subsidence because you reduce the base underneath. We're we should be grouting the 12th of 13 micropiles this Wednesday, and then hopefully by the end of October, we'll have all 13 micropiles in place. We're also going to try to stabilize it horizontally. That's what's going on here. They're actually drilling in this way, north to south, and that's to avoid subsidence of the B cell door, because if you subside that huge door, that thing's like 6 tons, you might be able to not be able to seal it. We need to do that. P-80 reactor, I'll mention that. This is the 7th of 9 production reactors. The siding is all done, and they're just working on this one little part right up here now, right over the top of the building. And that should be done soon. Yes.
What's the ultimate plan for the 324 building?
The 324 building, we plan to get the soil out and then do demolition of the building. And the material, it's all non-transuranic, so it'll all go up to the environmental restoration disposal facility for on-site disposal. And then one of the fuel bunkers that we had, the reactors at K area, had significant amount of diesel fuel there for emergency cooling purposes to run the pumps if they lost power. They're in the process right now of actually doing the soil cleanup. The tank itself, under a storage bunker, has been removed, but there's significant oil contamination underneath that they're going to keep digging until we meet cleanup criteria. Next slide, please. Last but not least, this was our biggest risk reduction this past year. Going finishing plant stuff. And that's what I had. Any other questions, please?
Okay, at this point, I think we're gonna have to submit questions and have them answered offline, but one comment?
Yeah, it's out of the comment, from a regulatory perspective, seeing the work done at 100K East, where I'm one of the regulators, it's very impressive and very, it makes you feel in awe seeing all the work being done. But also want to reiterate that the work being done there is also under the scope of remedial cleanup for the decision documents. It's not just solely, not just solely under risk reduction.
Okay, thank you. Let's, adjourn for a total of 15 minutes. So let's be back at 4 p.m. Thank you. Now I can. Yeah.
Oh, well, both Bill and I did that, so it's just like,
It's all right.
don't tell anybody, it'll be a secret.
Okay, let's reconvene and get started. So, David, would you like to introduce yourself to the group and take it away?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Bowen, Nuclear Program Manager. I've been in this role since December of 2020 and with ecology since about March of 2016. I was in water quality originally and then continued the growth program. A lot to learn, obviously. The first 12 months was just absorbing everything I could. And the next 8 months was how do I apply that to my daily work and help represent the team, course, and help Max and others to make progress. So I know we're going on stay cognizant of time because I know John has a piece and we also want to get to Max being able to talk to us too. So just want to go over, I'm going to tag team with John Price a little bit on this. And you mentioned the masks earlier. State agency, right now we're required to wear our masks as an ecology employee when we have guests in the building or if we're escorting somebody. Anybody's welcome to take them off. This is an ecology employee. And if you feel better about having them on for your health purposes, we're fine with that too. So don't worry about that. So they're trying to figure out what topics to talk about. Let's go to the next slide. So we came up with 3 of them and I'm going to try and go through the agreed order for the leaking single shell tanks first. And then we'll do a pause for some quick questions on that as much as I can, since we did have an appeal filed last week. I can't go into deep detail, but I'll do my best to do that. And then I'll turn it over to John for the holistic negotiations and for budget discussion. So next slide. So for orientation, well, I'm making an assumption everybody knows there's 2 leaking tanks on site. Sorry. You're in this all the time. T111 was determined to be leaking back in 2012, 2013. E109 was officially determined to be a leaking tank in April of 2021. And as you can see there, Columbia River's over here. The 2 tank farms are out kind of farther away from the waste treatment plant that we were talking about earlier today. And they're probably in that 8-mile or so range away from the river. This picture here is the picture of the inside of E109. And so it gives you an idea of the salt cake and the sludge and then what surface moisture or liquids that are still within that tank. So you can kind of get an idea of what's inside the tank with that picture there. Next slide.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
To go back to that picture?
Yeah.
So how deep is that moisture there? Do you know?
Well, I know the tanks themselves are 50 feet deep. And we're down at the base of that tank. I don't know if John or Ryan has an idea of exactly how deep that is. I have my laptop, I think that is it 23,000 gallons is what's in that tank right now. Ryan's looking, we'll confirm that to give you a general idea.
Yeah, I was just curious, but
Yeah.
thank you.
And it holds about 500,000 gallons.
Okay.
There were more than 2 leaking tanks, though, right?
There are 2 confirmed, what are currently determined to be confirmed leaking tanks. There were previous leaking tanks. And I think I can't remember, there was dozens that were thought to be leaking at one point in time. So what they did was they took all the pumpable liquids out of all those tanks and put in those double shell tanks I talked about earlier. So what's remaining in there is drainable liquids that are mixed in with the sludge and the salt cake.
So at this time, there are only 2 suspected of still leaking. Is that what you're saying?
2 that are determined to be leaking. I'm thinking some people probably suspect there are others, but those are the 2 by looking at the data that's collected and the water level, the levels of waste in the tanks. Those are the 2 that are determined right now to most likely be leaking. Any other questions? All right, next slide. So once there was a declaration of B109 being leaking, we got together with Department of Energy and, our tri-party agreement kind of dictates how we address certain activities that happen on site when there's a leaking tank. Project manager level, they try and come up with a solution for how to address removing waste from these leaking tanks or to stop the leaks. And so that process went from, early May through about October.
and they weren't coming to consensus. So it got elevated to my level, and of course, I was working back and forth with project managers, and then Delmar, who was presenting earlier, was my cohort over at Energy, along with Brian Stickney. And we came up with, you know, what are the team met, and during that first initial 8 months, and tried to figure out, you know, what are the different options we can do to try and address a leaking tank, to remove the waste, whatever it might be. They went through the list, and it ended up having, there wasn't a perfect answer. It's a really difficult thing to do. The infrastructure that's missing, the aged infrastructure that's there, you know, do no harm is really what we want to do. We don't want to address something and cause a bigger problem. So human health was brought into it, along with the technology available and that type of thing. So we ended up with an agreement that has about 7 elements to it. I'll go through some of those here in a minute. The idea was to have some short-term, medium-term, and long-term responses to the tank, and not just to the 2 tanks that were going to be leaking, but future leaking tanks. So we wanted to kind of cover it all. And then one of the things I found out during this process was there was never a leaking tank response plan on site for single shell tanks. And it kind of blew my mind, but I found out a tidbit about a month ago that up until March of 2021, the tri-party agreement, because of the interim stabilization, removing those pumpable liquids from the single shell tanks, there was a provision within the TPA that wouldn't allow ecology to require full removal and closure of any tanks. That language got changed in March of 2021. And so another piece of why that, there's so many details, another piece of why that was there is these tanks were all supposed to be retrieved by 2019. That obviously didn't happen. So there was multiple reasons why there wasn't a leak response plan. There is going to be one now. It's one of the planned measures that are in the agreement. The idea is to slow and then eliminate the discharge of waste into the ground, and then slow the rate of any migration of waste to the groundwater. So anything that's already in the soil, kind of slow that migration as well. So we came up with an agreed order. Took about probably 10 months for Energy to understand what I was trying to say, and for me to understand what Energy was trying to say. We're saying the same things, not defining it the same way. So we finally got there. Next slide, please. So some of the elements that we came up with to prevent rain, snow melt from seeping into the tanks, which still blows me away that happens, and to slow migration of leaked waste towards the groundwater, is put interim surface barriers over T farm and B farm. One of the questions that comes up on this topic is generally, is that going to prevent retrieval of these tanks and closure? No, it will not. So then we also decided to look at to evaluate the viability of installing ventilation systems to evaporate liquid waste in B109. That technology was used in T111. It was used for a period of years until it was noted that it was actually starting to pull air and decrease the level in a neighboring tank that wasn't part of the emergency response. We had to stop that effort. One of the things I want to emphasize here, because it's asked, is yes, the evaluation will include human health and environmental impacts. We don't want to cause harm.
Yes. Sorry to be really, but so evaporating from one tank was causing the neighboring tank level to be dropping. Does that imply that the other tank was maybe also leaking?
No, okay. They were interconnected, and it wasn't something that was previously known or didn't think it was going to impact the exercise.
That's reassuring.
Okay. So they're evaluating the ability to do that, and it may or may not be plausible to B109, but it's an early term action that can be implemented relatively quickly to basically evaporate moisture within the tanks. Then to develop a response plan for future leaks from single shell tanks, so that every time there's a leaking tank, determine we don't start from scratch. We have some basic idea of, we have a leaking tank, here's a list of things we could probably do. Which items on that list apply specifically to this particular situation? So that's the general idea of the leaking tank response plan. And then it's written differently up here than what I have in my notes here. Just a second. So there's intrusion, investigation, and responses to leaking tanks, or just in general to these tanks. And the idea is to evaluate conditions in and around 109 and T111. We want to determine if more work is needed to prevent rain or snow melt from getting in. And we're actually going to do that across all the single shell tanks. And there is a system in place right now that Department of Energy does. It's not really written in stone, it's not well described. They're gonna help describe that and get their current activities down on paper so we can get a better idea of what that is. And obviously that is the less amount of liquid that goes into a tank, the less head you create and the less chance of driving moisture down through the soils and down to the groundwater. And then under the system plan 10, which starts out this month, we may get delayed a little bit because we're going to put in a couple of sensitivity analysis and scenarios into it. It's a system planning, and I may have to have John define this better, but basically we look at the next 3 years and what it is we'd like to get done over that period of time. And within that plan, you determine the schedule and scope. And then in the schedule, you might be able to move some of these T or B farms up in the schedule rather than having them further down the schedule where they are now. And so the idea is to explore different ways to accelerate retrieval for the schedule for both B109 and T111, which in reality would move them both B farm and T farm completely up because you wouldn't want to mobilize and just do one tank someplace.
I tried to visualize the surface barrier. How does that work? Surface barriers.
The general idea is to have an impermeable surface that is engineered to any rain or snow melt will drain off into a prescribed area that you want it to go to. One of the other things I found out over the last few months going through this process was these tanks were designed like a septic system. The first tank fills up, overflows to the next, overflows to the next, and then it flows out. It doesn't go anywhere else out of that third tank. And so there was hundreds of thousands of gallons that ended up on the ground. These barriers will help cover some of that too, so that moisture that's out around the outside of the tank doesn't drive any of that that's spilled out of that last tank out. So I look at it as a rough parking lot. It's not smooth like a parking lot, but it's a very similar thing where you have stormwater drainage. It goes to a certain spot, it goes where you want it to go.
So that ventilation is the plan.
The active ventilation is separate. It's more of a exhaust fan that circulates air and helps to evaporate moisture that's in the tank. The surface barriers are actually over the out exterior on the surface. So any rain that comes down or snow melt that happens, it goes where you want it to go instead of just straight down through the soil and pushing those contaminants that are already there down through the soil. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Michelle?
Is there a timeline for this?
There are timelines in the agreed order. Most of them have a 12-month to come up with a plan, and then the timing for B and T farm, currently U farm is next in line.
Right.
And then T and then B will be done, and I can't remember the exact dates, but it's in the next 5 to 6 year window that all U, T, and B will be done.
Thank you.
The evaporation and ventilation, presumably there's like toxic stuff that can get picked up and ventilated out when that happens? Or does it just go out to the air, or is it captured?
That's part of the evaluation. We believe it needs to be captured, condensate needs to be captured and treated. But if they actually evaluate it and find that it doesn't, and it's just water, hey, then we're good, but we're gonna evaluate that.
So David, if, in the future, if a tank is capped, would you have to remove that cap if you want to do work in that tank, either with retrieve more waste or, somehow do
I
something?
believe they're leaving access, and John, you're gonna have to fill in some of these, to the salt wells, which are the access points. That access is still there, so they can still get in and retrieve just as they would now. Am I close, John?
You're right on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have absorbed something. Okay. Yes.
Is there any way that you can test a deep substrate sample to see if this stuff has migrated very far?
Well, that's complicated, and you'd have to probably take a lot of samples that are real expensive to figure that out. That's one of the things we talked to the Department of Energy about doing, and it's not a slam dunk if that's the right thing to do.
See if I missed anything in my slide. Now, our notes over here doesn't look like it. All right, next slide. So there has been some question about stakeholder and public input, and there are different elements of the plan or of the agreed order where there is a permitting process associated. So when we go through the single shell tank system leak response plan, there will be public input and stakeholder engagement. Any response actually selected for implementation, we'll go through that same process. I mentioned the intrusion investigation and response. If there is a response based on the investigation, then if there's a work plan that's developed, then of course we'll be going through that same public process as well. And then the design itself of the interim surface barriers for B&T farm will be in that process.
And do they go through the Department of Ecology to make those comments, or do they go through the federal Senate?
John?
So if it's in the permit, it's us.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
That was my assumption, but I haven't been asked that yet. All right, any other questions? Okay. There was some question about public involvement in the actual writing of the agreed order. And it's technically an enforcement process. And as a rule, we don't have third parties outside between the regulated person and regulator be involved in writing an agreed order or an order of some kind. Can you? Theoretically, you could, but oftentimes it's inappropriate to do that, so that we didn't get that public engagement as we wrote the agreement.
David, question. In terms of the kind of feedback you would like to receive from this board, could you give us any guidance or any opinions on what you would expect to or like to see from this board?
Well, that's a really great question. That's my first time in front of this board, and I think I've listened online for 1 or 2 meetings. So I don't have a sense of what each of your history is. I do a little bit with Shelley's because of her interaction I have with the state of Oregon. So, if you have concerns, my email, my phone, my office is open. Express those concerns. If you have ideas and thoughts that you want to share that maybe I didn't absorb or my team hasn't absorbed or hasn't fully thought through, we'd love to hear those things. If there's places we ought to have some of these public meetings and get some of that feedback, love to know what those recommendations are. And we'll work with Max to do that down in Oregon as we go forward. John, other things from this board that you'd be interested in hearing?
Well, it seems like the last couple of years, we've been doing a lot of updates to tri-party agencies and haven't been getting so much back from the board. I think in the past, the board's written letters on big issues, and so we're probably headed towards a time when that would be good again.
Yep, okay.
John, do you anticipate, and David, a public participation process for development of a response plan, a comprehensive response plan?
I haven't been through one. There will be some level. I don't know where that level would be at. If it's after a draft or to make a draft. John, maybe
Yeah,
tell me
so
experience.
ultimately, these things are gonna go into the revision 9 permit, which is gonna be this big, really complicated document with a lot of important things in it. And so you'll probably get a couple chances to comment, because I would think if we finalize these before Rev 9, we might post them and, we'll take comments. And then you'll get a chance again when the permit is issued.
So that's an opportunity for the board.
And the permit would be comprehensive, bigger than just these.
Way bigger than just this, yeah.
Site-wide. Huge.
Which makes it harder, it actually makes it harder, it makes it harder, a site-wide permit is harder to, focus on any one of the details,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. All right, my last slide before I hand it over to John. I mentioned that the agreed order is under appeal. I just wanted to give, in case people weren't familiar with the state of Washington's process. Heart of America Northwest appealed the agreed order to the Pollution Control Hearings Board here in the state of Washington. The PCHB, that's what we call it here, is an administrative tribunal with 3 members appointed by the governor. And they decide appeals from state and local government agency actions on a wide variety of environmental permits, penalties, and enforcement orders. And the idea is to, rather than going into the trial system and the court system, get more of an expedited decision out of this process. Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't, is what I found with my experience, both in county government and with the Department of Ecology. There are mediation services that are offered by the PCHB, and motions are filed just like you would in a courtroom. And you have opportunity to settle or that kind of thing as well before the hearing. It's kind of like a trial. So anyway, it's a kind of a trial process that is focused on environmental issues and decisions state agencies make.
Can I ask what their issues are in the field? Just as the facts of the matter.
The main thing I pulled out of it, and I'm trying to make sure I don't go outside the balance.
Just the facts, right?
Yeah, the main thing that I pulled out of it was, they feel that there's, the WAC and RCRA require more immediate action than what the agreed order will do. The system plan 10 process actually is going to define what, as soon as practicable, removal of waste from that tank is going to be. And so that's kind of our bottom line. We don't have a basis to say what's the most practicable time. This system planning process should help define that for us.
But that answers my question. So it is going to come out at some point. The waste is going to be removed. Okay, I wasn't clear.
Yeah. Any other questions before I hand it off to John for the last two topics? All right, thank you.
What was your name, Steve?
David Bowen, UWM.
So we're lucky to have, I want to do an introduction first. So we're lucky to have a new member of our PI team way in the back, Gracel Alvarez. She's going to focus on social media and web content. So you may see some products from her. Yeah, that's one of the things we like to focus on is getting information out because Hanford is so complicated. There's so many big issues. You know, we really try and work hard at getting information out. And if you don't think you're getting enough information, let us know and we'll work on it. So I'm going to talk about holistic negotiation. So I picked up, it's good to do a little bit of background since people are new and maybe not that familiar. So we've had tri-party agreement milestones for the single shell tanks and waste treatment since way back in 1989. By the mid-2000s, DOE was not meeting some of those milestones, and so we negotiated a consent decree and some more TPA milestones, which came out in 2010. Pretty soon, DOE was falling behind on those as well. So back in 2019, our then director, Maya Bellin, sent a letter. I've got the link there for you, so if you want to look up what the specific issues were. But we said that we wanted to sit down with DOE and negotiate changes both to our tank waste consent decree as well as our tri-party agreement schedule milestones. So we've really been working on negotiations since October of 2019. So that means it is our 3-year anniversary, right? So that's a really long negotiation, which is kind of exhausting. I'm hoping we're close to the end now. We're working with the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. I could have done an acronym FMCS, but that's the actual name of them. And so they're professional mediators. They mediate with sports teams that are unhappy about their contracts, labor disputes, all kind of stuff. So they're the best of the best as far as mediating disputes. They've been really helpful to us. Besides USDOE and ecology, we have EPA in there because they provide oversight of our waste program. And then we have the U.S. Department of Justice because the Department of Justice is the lawyers for the federal government. They defend the federal government. So they're in there helping as well. We have a mediation confidentiality agreement in order that you can do really good mediation and negotiations. Everybody agrees to keep things, you know, silent and not leak them out. And so can't really tell you any details about how well we're doing or really say, yep, we're going to reach agreement. But anyways, that's what I can tell you. So next slide, please.
John,
Yeah.
we've got a question.
Oh,
Ken
sure.
Niles.
Hi, John. I bet you are expecting this question. Actually, it's more of a comment than a question. For years, I have thought that the agencies are doing themselves a big disservice by having this confidentiality agreement. I understand the reason for it, but at the same time, I think it really will hurt all of the agencies if you guys come out 3 years later or whatever with some big changes without any preparation of the public in terms of the content or the potential status or what that means. And I really would encourage the 3 agencies to consider at least doing some type of joint status announcement of where you're at.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ken. It's really a tough situation. Having been through a few negotiations, if you do provide a lot of information, I go through this just providing information to ecology staff about ongoing negotiations is, you get a lot of people shooting in and saying, well, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And if they haven't been involved all along, it's really a lot of energy and time to keep them up to speed where you are. And that's one reason that you keep these things confidential. The other reason is, people feel free to talk a lot more openly in mediation when they know that what they're going to say isn't going to be taken out to the public or the news media. And people can put forward some ideas that at first blush you would say, that's a crazy idea. We'd never go for that. And you find over time that, the parties move closer together. And sometimes things that seemed, really out of reach actually come into the agreement. So, but I acknowledge what you're saying.
That's not what I'm asking be released.
Okay.
What I'm asking is that the three parties collectively say, we need to talk to our public and at least give them some semblance of the issues, the range of issues we're discussing, and a little bit of progress. I'm not, I think it's great that you're not having leaks and things, but at the same time, collectively, I think officially the agencies need to make a statement.
Okay, let me go to my next slide. It's not responsive to you, but it's going in that direction. So, Ken, you remember the 2009 settlement agreements, and we did regional public meetings back then. So we went to Hood River in Oregon, Portland, Spokane, the Tri-Cities, and Seattle, of course. That was a little bit different situation because the consent decree had already been signed by the parties, so we weren't really taking comments on it, which was, I think pretty frustrating to a lot of people. We did take comment on the tri-party agreement milestone changes. This time around, I'm thinking because we're changing the consent decree, we may be able to put out the draft changes to the consent decree. I don't know that for sure. That's really a question for our lawyers, but I'm thinking that something like that's going to happen. For sure, we're going to have public comment on the tri-party agreement changes. These negotiations concern not only changes to the consent decree and milestones that were behind schedule, but we had some schedules in the tri-party agreement to negotiate further changes. And so we've wrapped those into these holistic negotiations. So there's going to be a lot of changes to the tri-party agreement, maybe more than I've ever seen in a package before. And it's going to be really comprehensive and it's going to go way out into the future. So I think there's going to be a lot to explain and a lot to take comment on. I don't know what public participation is going to look like post-COVID. We haven't done big public meetings since maybe 2016. I suspect there's a lot of people that still want to meet in the public because, meet in person because there's a much different dynamic standing in front of a crowd and defending your stuff versus defending it on screen. So I suspect we'll probably get hybrid public meetings. Who knows what kind of turnout we'll get. We've, in the past with some of our Hanford meetings, we've gotten well over 100 people. In Portland, we've had some really good turnout in Hood River. Seattle, we've had some big public meetings, not so much in Spokane. Tri-Cities is a little bit different dynamic because, a lot of people work here. I don't know what that looks like. I'm hoping we can do really robust public meeting and Ryan, it might be a good rehearsal for the Rev 9 permit. You probably learned a lot of lessons from this public participation, getting ready for Rev 9, which is going to be even bigger and more complicated.
John, we'll advocate for one of those meetings, at least one to be in Oregon. I believe in accommodate that.
Yeah, and I like to visit Oregon, so I think that's good. So anyways, that's what I know about public participation. That's really not responsive to what Ken said. I don't think we're going to say in advance, here's what we're going to tell you. The reason if you can go back one slide again. Yeah, so the reason I put the link up there is the issues in Director Bowen's letter is what we said that we wanted to talk about in the negotiations. So that's probably a pretty good clue for you about what we're talking about. And so I can talk about that being there because it is in the public. So, go ahead and take a look at that letter and that's what we're talking about. Okay, go forward 2 slides now, I think. One more. Yes.
I have a question about the holistic negotiations. So just to clarify, when public comments are taken, will the document be already set in stone and will comments just be commenting, airing grievances, or will they like actually be considered? And is there a possibility to change that agreement?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So there's gonna be two parts to it. There's gonna be changes to the consent decree. So the way that consent decree changes work is both ecology and DOE and EPA, well, I guess it'd just be ecology and DOE have to go to the court and petition the court to make those changes. So my assumption is that when we have a draft petition to the court, we're gonna be able to share that in public because the judge actually has to approve that petition, make the changes. So I think there will be some time lapse between having a draft consent decree petition and it being finalized. I'm looking at David. Does that track okay with you?
Sounds right, but I haven't been through this.
Yeah. Well, this is different because the last time we signed the consent decree and we went out to the public and said, this is what you get.
Right.
We'll explain it to you, but we're not making any changes to the consent decree. I'm hoping this time, because it's a joint petition, we'll be able to take public comment. So that's part one. The other part is we're going to have a whole lot of changes to the tri-party agreement, both changes to existing milestones and new milestones. And those most definitely will be subject to public comment and will be subject to revision after we take public comment.
John Ken has another question.
Yes, Ken.
Well, I just would remind John and Max as well that Oregon was a party to that consent, to a portion of the consent decree. So there should be some courtesy to the state of Oregon.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because actually, I think even more than that, Washington and Oregon have a memorandum of understanding about the Hanford tri-party agreement, about Hanford generally. And so Washington's obligation is, once we think we have a draft agreement on milestones, we have to go to Oregon and explain, what we've negotiated and take Oregon's comments on that. We may want to change those based on what Oregon says, but we actually talked to Oregon Department of Energy before we go out for public comment.
Yeah. So another question, I see the second bullet down here that ecology will go to DC. Will Oregon DEQ be involved in that too?
So I'm on Hanford's budget. It's okay if I jump ahead to that. So I'm not talking about the consent.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, okay. So Hanford budget. So a bunch of agencies, was it 13 or 14? I forget now. And some separate letters also were sent in to the federal government about the Hanford budget, suggesting that the budget should be quite a bit higher. We've been saying this for a number of years. As a follow-up to that letter, I think it's David and higher management will be making periodic visits to Washington, DC, going to the Department of Energy, going to the Office of Management and Budget, and advocating for more budget for Hanford. Did you want us to comment on that some more?
I was just getting up here.
Oh, okay.
If the questions, we're gonna get into that realm.
Yeah.
I'll be able to answer them better. The hopeful next step is, well, there's two pieces I want to do. I want to find another topic to write a letter on and get people to sign on to. So thinking about what that might be. And then the other piece is to take, it might be two groups because of size. There was 11 entities plus 2 states that signed on to that letter. I'd like to get 2 groups to go and make the rounds in DC and probably late October, early November, while OMB is doing their work with Department of Energy, trying to formulate the budget. You get beyond November, you start getting way behind.
Yeah, for a number of years, ecology and EPA, and I'm not speaking for EPA, have been telling DOE that DOE is not providing enough budget information to the regulatory agencies nor to the public in public meetings. We believe that it's very clear in the tri-party agreement that DOE should provide detailed information to the regulatory agencies, and they've not been doing that for a number of years. Our attorney and myself and some others have had discussions with the DOE headquarters attorney. DOE disagrees with our position. They believe the information that we think they should provide is subject to executive privilege. They've written us a letter about that. I've got a link to that as well. We don't believe this issue is resolved. We're going to keep talking to DOE about this because it's just very difficult for us to do our job without having detailed budget information that we can use to provide recommendations on priorities. And we actually believe that it may put DOE at risk from a regulatory standpoint, because unless they can prove to us that they've asked for sufficient budget, we don't have to approve changes to the tri-party agreement schedules, which means they would be subject to penalty for missing those schedules. So we really are at an impasse with DOE about this right now. And I don't know what the next step is. Did you want to say anything else, Jeff, with EPA?
No, we stand with ecology on this issue from a regulatory standpoint, right? We believe that's the case as well. And we're working with DOE to try to find, getting the right information at the right time so we can do our job as regulators in providing oversight of the situation. So we're right with ecology on this issue.
And just to give you one example, we should see documentation every year that the Department of Energy has asked for sufficient budget to do the tri-party agreement milestones for that year. In at least one case, we had to have Senator Maria Cantwell ask for that information from the Secretary of Energy in order to get that, whereas in past years, DOE routinely shared their request with us, and they stopped doing that.
Doesn't this fly in the face of transparency and the Freedom of Information Act?
Well, it flies in the face of transparency. Ecology has elected not to submit Freedom of Information Act requests to the Department of Energy for a couple of reasons. One is we don't think we should have to. And then the second reason is typically they're going to be very slow in responding to those requests. We may not get the information we need in a timely manner.
And if they're claiming executive privilege, that's an exemption that they deal over that. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think that's my last content slide. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
John, can you speak to when this started between ecology and DOE?
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to 2011 and 2012. There's actually extra budget back in those days under the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act. And I think ecology got a little bit lazy about asking for detailed information about budget because there was plenty of money actually to do more work than the tri-party agreement milestones. And we noticed kind of a downturn in the content after that. And I think a real turning point was when Secretary Perry was nominated to be Secretary of Energy. In his confirmation hearings, he got asked about the request memo for Hanford, and he didn't know anything about it. And I think that was a little bit embarrassing, and DOE realized the memo was a big deal and started pulling it, stopped giving it to ecology, basically, ecology and EPA. So probably about the 2017 timeframe, it got really bad.
Just the contents on the request for the budget letter, Governor Brown signed on that letter. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Governor Brown signed on that letter, and Oregon supports the budget request that was put out.
Yeah, we really appreciate Oregon's support because we have 2 senators. With Oregon, we have 4 senators that are advocating for this issue, so it really does help.
Maybe this is not something you can answer, but why do you think DOE has turned its back on the Hanford cleanup? Maybe that's not something you can talk about, but that's what it seems like to me. Like maybe somehow it's lost its importance in the scheme of.
Well, when we come at it this way, I think it's a really difficult issue. If you've seen in the news, the GAO, Government Accountability Office, has really focused in on the Department of Energy cleanup budget. It's now the 3rd largest non-discretionary expenditure in the federal budget. And it's a really big number. So it really has a national impact on the federal budget as a whole. And I think for that reason, there's been a lot of downward pressure on the DOE cleanup budget and the Hanford budget, which is like 60%, 50% of this entire cleanup budget. So I think that's really what's driving it.
But we're sending, millions of dollars to Ukraine. It's very frustrating. And this is a nuclear weapons site, or was.
Yeah, well, it seems like every year there's some kind of big budget priority. I mean, Puerto Rico was hit by a hurricane. You could have sent $1 billion there. Florida now can take $4 billion in relief. And so when you talk about sending an extra $1 billion to Hanford each and every year, you're competing with those other priorities.
Having the county commissioner and your state representatives here and senators, I guess, actually, sorry. You took one of my talking points actually that I'm gonna take back when they talk about priorities. I said, because the EM budget needs to be a national priority. Right. And the only way you get it to be a national priority is by telling your story and being unified in doing that so that it's easy for your elected officials who represent you to fund it. But at the same time, when I sat in the county commissioner seat, I would have people come to me looking for funding, usually hotel motel tax. And it would be everything from tourism to playground equipment. And playground equipment, $400,000, 6 months later it's built, you get to see it, you have instant gratification. This process here, we're gonna ask you for $4 billion for the next 40 years. And 10 years from now, we'll show you some progress. That's not so fun to fund. But what you've mentioned about Ukraine, that's one of my talking points now. If it's truly a priority, you showed in 3 weeks, you can come up with $52 billion to send over there. And I realize half of that is in kind, but the other half of it is in funding. And so we need to figure out, I'm not gonna get that kind of energy, but we need to figure out how to harness some of that energy across the nation. Yes, sir.
And, you know, I totally agree with what you're saying. And what the federal government needs to remember is that the Columbia River is a vitally important waterway. And that there are a lot of people that live downstream from Hanford. And to my mind, this is still World War II that's being battled about. And so I know I'm a state senator in Oregon, but, you know, I think that the country owes us for the huge sacrifice that was made here. And not just Washingtonians and Oregonians, but also all of the tribes, right? And so I totally agree. And it's pretty frustrating, you know, and I know you all are stuck within this framework, but we need to do whatever we can to push on them and say this isn't enough.
And I think too, just to interject, you know, we have to remember that you mentioned World War II. It wasn't just World War II, right?
No, it's Cold War.
We for decades, you know, to be able to fight that Cold War of just building up our muscles to show that we could mean business. I mean, there's a huge legacy involved, and you're right. You know, it's a big responsibility, and we need and we rely on voices from your constituents to stand up and other organizations to stand up and help, you know, help people remember what it's about. I was reading in one of the more recent public comments, like, well, this is from World War II. Why are we still cleaning it up? And so part of the job that we have is to inform and let people know, you know, this is a big project that lasted for decades. It wasn't just 1940s, right?
Right.
And so it's a big deal, and we have to clean it up. There's no question. We have to clean it up. Anyway, just wanted to interject that.
Maybe I can throw something in too that I think about, and especially having gone to many, many national meetings over the years, is that there are 7 sites in the DOE complex right now.
Right.
We will come to a point where we're it. And that's the, you know, and then you won't be here, I won't be here, somebody else is gonna be having to run the flag up the hill to get the money to keep things going here. It really behooves this site and all the organizations in this region to work collaboratively. It's just imperative, and I am constantly in a quandary as to why it's so difficult for DOE to see that, because I think it's imperative that we keep that communication open and transparency so that we can all work in lockstep.
One comment first, we have some refreshments showing up in the back, so we're not gonna take a break, but if you need something, just get up and help yourself.
Your point about the playground analogy, I mean, I see how that must be a huge challenge with this, because like, we're spending $4 billion, we're getting $1 billion, and the whole point is to not have anything to show. Eventually, like, you know, there was a plutonium finishing plant, now there's a beautiful, not glowing plutonium. So what sort of things have we tried over the years to have like, and all of the motivations are negative, or important, but a negative motivation, like this bad thing happened, we have to clean it up. What are some like are there any like things that we can show that are like, look at this beautiful waste extraction plant, but I mean, what about like technology transfer or spin-off companies, or are there like things that one can take away around a DOE, say, look, you're getting actual positive benefits besides like a clean river and a not radioactive state?
Entities have individually done that over the years. So the economic development folks will bring the piece about economic development in the Columbia River, and folks will bring things about the river and the water and the work done along the river. But it hasn't been done in a collaborative manner like Shelby was talking about. And that's what we're trying to do now is we can identify projects that have been done. So you can show, here's the progress we have made. DFLOC can know line can be really helpful. First class being done. And then the fact that they're ramping up high level waste engineering and working towards that next is really key. So we need to tell the whole story, and then environmental justice and tribal relations are very important to this current administration. I can see that's going to continue going forward. And I feel like we have a window 2025 to 2028 is just going to be so critical for funding for capital projects that have to happen, and they can't happen one after another. They have to happen simultaneously. It's going to be a huge dollar amount. We can get that funding for that, then we can address a little bit of what Shelley said. You build the infrastructure and then it's operations. And it's more difficult to cut off funding for operations than it is to build something new in my people mind. But so the idea, I think, is to tell the whole story from multiple groups telling the whole story, or bringing the whole multiple groups with you to tell the same story.
One other thing to thought is that I was someone who got to be part of the tank waste task force. And that was a convened task force, 27 people from around the region. And we worked with the chief negotiators for EPA, Ecology, and DOE, and 149 single shell tanks went into legally binding milestones. So it can be done. And we signed confidentiality forms and nothing left the table, you know, and they did go behind closed doors. But they came out and said, we're stuck. And we logged and logged and logged every thought we could come up with. Said, look at this. Have you looked at that? You know, and they said, thank you, and went away and looked and came back and said, okay, got it. Next thing. Here's the next thing we're stuck on. So I don't know where this template of fear, and that's what it feels like, as you know, where that is born and how it's become tougher for that openness. But I sure would love to find a way to break that free.
Okay, John, David, are you ready for a chocolate cookie?
Fire me up with some sugar.
And, okay, next on the agenda, Max Woods, who's currently got his mouth full. Take it away.
Max, real quick. Can I take 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Because I think we're on the tail end of this. I just wanted to, as people are getting up and walking around, I think it's important, and this 5 minutes is kind of indicative of the last almost decade for the EPA. So first of all, my name is Jeff Schramm, and I am a remedial project manager for the Hanford Project Office for the EPA. To give you an idea, over the last 10 years, we had about 6-8 project managers right around the 2012. And now, just up to about 2 years ago, we were down to 2 project managers and 1 section manager for the entire site to represent the CERCLA portion of the EPA. And I think it's important to talk about the distinction between that yellow area that you were talking about, that for some of you that have been here around a while, the Manila envelope, that is the Central Plateau area, and that surrounding area. So that's kind of not so black and white border between what our office does as far as CERCLA around the river corridor and some other areas, and then the RCRA portion, which is tanks and treatment, storage, and disposal portion of it. So I was asked to come up here and talk about who we are and what we do. Right now, we have about we have 6 people, a section manager, and 5 RPMs. I should say 4 RPMs and a lead. So we have doubled what we were just a few years ago, but we are still coming back with energy, and we're still wanting to be able to be present and to speak to something that was brought up by DOE today. Our goal is protection of human health and the environment. Our priority is cleanup. Our priority is not risk reduction. Our priority is cleanup. And that cleanup is driven through CERCLA. So we're involved in every operable unit, on every decision document, and involved in every, to give you an idea, every sampling plan that comes through, EPA has their finger on, reviews, and signs off on, and that's directed by the NCP. So what do? We're driving cleanup. Our small team is driving cleanup on site. What do we do for you folks? We want to give information. We want to bring you information to help make a more transparent story of what's going on. We are a third of the tri-party agreement. We've been, because of decisions, kind of almost relegated, right? We're very, very small. I don't want to use that excuse any longer. We're here to serve this community. We're here to serve, and this community meaning this community, Oregon, Washington, all of the stakeholders, tribal stakeholders, in driving cleanup. That is why we're here. So we're constantly involved in every decision. Our project managers are both making connections to the community, as Roberto is on, leads up a lot of our public stuff. We are project managers, so we're doing all the project management stuff to drive cleanup, but we're also coming out and wearing any hat that we can to push cleanup in the most responsible way. So I just wanted to take a few minutes and sneak in and say, you know, moving forward, we're going to be here to serve this board. You asked, who was it that asked what the board needed from regulators? One of you asked what the board needed from regulators. I think that's a great question, right? So what we need is we need to hear your story, what your community is saying. Wonderful, brilliant people who are involved in community activism and in the boots on the ground for cleanup. I mean, there's a lot going on. I mean, even with just this board, there's a lot going on, but we're here to serve you. And so if you ask, what is it that you want that we need as regulators? We need you to give us your opinions, your ideas, your information in whatever form that is, and help us do the job that we need to do to help clean up the site in an expeditious manner. So thank you for letting me sneak in on a couple minutes of your time, Max.
Jeff, a question, as we plan future agendas for this board, should we segregate US EPA out as a separate slot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, I can't apologize for the decisions of the past, right? But the very fact of the matter is that there's been a vacuum on this board from the EPA. And so we have people now. We have the resources, right? We didn't, for whatever reason, decisions were made, we didn't before, we do now. So we should, if we're going to serve the board, we should be at least coming and talking to you about what we're doing. You know, discussing the two decision documents in BC and BP5 that within our agency got national awards for the work that was done. That's a big deal. We should be coming and communicating that. You know, this is how we define cleanup. Some of the things that we do, it's not sexy, right? It's, you know, most of the work we do is silent, right? It shows up in decision documents and paperwork. And so we need to do a better job of communicating. We need to tell you what it is that we're doing and what we think is a success as far as cleanup. So anyway, I don't want to take up your time, Max. I wanted to sneak in and let you know and answer the question. Yes, we are here. We want to be here moving forward, and I don't know what else to say to that.
So you will be, because you're gonna come to our future meetings, right?
I've been in the last one. You may not know because it was a little dot. I don't know if you recognize the dot, but
I recognize that.
Did you recognize the dot? Thank you. It's nice to be seen. Anyway, I'm very happy to be here in person. I'll answer whatever questions that a person of a year and a half in this position can ask, but we are here. Please invite us and we'll do whatever needs to be
We'll
done.
carve out some time, a long time, for your next meeting, something like that, right? We'll give EPA, you know, talk about how do you.
You don't have to do a long time. You just have to let me sneak in and say, hey, we're here.
Let me ask one question.
Yeah.
Why were you down? What was the reason you were down to just a couple of people? Was it just funding, budget cuts, or you had staff that departed and just couldn't replace?
It wasn't staff that wanted to leave. It was decisions within our region that believed that I'm speaking out of turn, but I will tell you Jeff's opinion, not EPA's opinion. I think that there was in past administration and past leadership within our region, a feeling that there didn't need to be boots on the ground here. For what we were doing, they were trying to move some of the stuff to Seattle. Those of us who are here on the ground know that it is imperative that we're here and seen and on the ground here. And so we're building that up.
If EPA has a thought, if EPA has to look at every sampling plan that goes through from the site, you need people to do that. Otherwise, you're the holdup on cleanup.
Yeah, and that's not what we're going to be, right? We want to be the opposite. So if we fulfill that role, we need to be on top of things. You're absolutely right.
Jeff,
Yeah.
you must also interface with NGOs. I'm thinking of like Columbia Riverkeeper and other groups. Are they helpful in this process?
I think they're extremely helpful. We have an avenue with the Hanford Advisory Board that brings those entities together and provides a voice. But for me personally, as a regulator, it's extremely helpful. We just can't be in a position where we think we have all the answers. It's an incredibly irresponsible position. Even though I think I'm brilliant, my wife reminds me that I'm not. But I think that in all seriousness, this requires feedback from a lot of voices. And so this is why I'm glad that we're back in here with the board. We're active with HAB. We try to do the best we can to serve those organizations as well.
Dan Solis is online. And
Hi, Dan.
He'd like to give you some feedback.
Oh, be kind to me, Dan.
I'm afraid I can't be. I'm going to ask you and the other regulator and the DOE that when things settle down with the environmental justice initiative, if you could come and give us some direction that you're taking on that. And I know that's not kind, but I do need to ask it.
No, that is not only kind, but I can answer that question. The EJ portion of what we do in our agency is a separate part of the agency, and we're working hard to communicate with them and to understand what they're doing and what their goals are and incorporate it into what we're doing as well, Dan. And so I think that's a great request. I think it's something that our team has been working on. I know Roberto has been working on it as well, and would probably be the one to speak to a little bit about that. In fact, maybe he'll speak a little bit about it today since you brought it up. Are we okay? We don't have to go into a lot.
It's important.
2 minutes? I mean, it's just, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, it's not gonna be a whole lot, but I just do want to clarify that when it comes to a federal facility like Hanford, it is a DOE lead. So this responsibility falls under the Department of Energy. And while EPA does have the resources that we have like our own environmental justice team, it does not apply to Hanford because that is a federal facility that falls under Department of Energy. And it's about, I want to say a year ago, Ecology and EPA gave a presentation to the Hanford Advisory Board regarding environmental justice and some of the tools that we have, such as the EG screening tool that's provided online. But yeah, that was about a year ago. So if I can provide a link, I'll send one to whoever that point of contact is for the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. You, perfect. And yeah, that's all there is. I wanted to really touch on that. And also adding on to a previous question from Max, we are in the works of drafting up this scope of responsibility document from all the remedial project managers at the EPA side when it comes to Hanford. So once we get that finalized and set to go to share with everybody else, we will share that with not only the Hanford Advisory Board, but also the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board.
And Dan, you've seen online,
Thank you.
you know, we've all seen how our agency has two major pushes, and that is environmental justice and climate change. And we'd be more than happy to speak about that, you know, at any point. And I think what Roberto's saying too is that, and we all understand this, you know, this is DOE's the lead on this. And what is our role? Is going back to the question that was asked of me to speak today. Our role is to provide regulatory oversight, support DOE and cleanup mission, and provide leadership on these issues. And so that's what we're here to do. So anyway, again, Max, thank you. I appreciate the time.
One question over here.
Oh, hey, it'll keep me up all day.
would love it if you would do a presentation on climate change in Hanford. I am so, and many people are deeply concerned about that.
Yeah, and here's an example of how the board can be helpful, right? You know, the push for climate change and the work on climate change is really the work of DOE, right? I mean, what are they doing but having these questions, helping us in my meetings throughout the day, push DOE as well to say, DOE, we need to do, well, let's pair up, let's present together, let's talk about these issues of climate change, let's talk about these issues of environmental justice, because you're absolutely right. We're seeing it in Florida, right? We're seeing it here. So, you know, these are important issues. We as EPA, we're more than willing to provide leadership in those areas. Ultimately, you know, DOE needs to show what are they doing specifically on site to mitigate climate change, or what are they, you know, those types of things, because I honestly don't know. It's a good question. I'm trying, Matt. I'm like back, I'm trying to be respectful. I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here and thank the board and welcome you to the Tri-Cities. So anyway, I'm walking away.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. I think we just spent a whole meeting on the potential effects of climate change and changing climate to the Hanford site, right? I don't exactly know what the models look like for this area on future climate conditions, but give that example, if it's drier, hotter, maybe more monsoonal storms though, more water moves pollution, water moves contaminants. You could be designing water management activities that have to change to kind of account for some of the top, something like that, right? Where future climate conditions necessitate thinking about more rainfall or less rainfall in the future. How do you manage that? Okay. All right. I have some slides to go through. If that's okay. I have prepared remarks. South Bowen, just utilize prepared remarks. I'll do what I can. On the seat.
We've all seen.
I'm very happy, right? Yeah. Oh, it's tracking. Of course, last time, we're pulling it up. So,
okay,
we'll just get into and I'll kind of keep this fast moving as I can. I got some I think they're interesting things to talk about here. But first, I said this at the beginning, so thanks to the ecology friends, David, Michelle, and everybody else. Thank you for hosting us. I understand this board, our board, does not typically come to Richland for meetings. And I'm really thankful that we were able to do so, and glad to be here. I mean, combined with the tour tomorrow, obviously, is important, but we're a Hanford related board, and I think it's relevant for us to come to Richland, right, and be here and see the site, talk to the people, and be in the backyard. So I'm glad we're here, and I appreciate our hosts for hosting us. I wanted to just welcome again our newest board member right here, Mia Burke. Thank you for joining the board. Thank you for volunteering. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining. We had a member go off recently, Representative Anna Williams, because she resigned from the legislature. She's no longer on the board for that reason, but I'm sure she's not listening, but I wanted to thank her for her time, for her service on the board. I think we have one vacancy right now. Mark, is that correct?
Correct.
We have one vacancy on the board right now. So if you have colleagues, friends, and family and interested parties, pass them along. But there's a caveat. I believe the governor's office is not processing any more executive appointments because of the pending election in the fall. So this is us until after the election, until the next year. So this is our board for right now. I typically give an update on the Oregon legislation that might be of relevance to or interest to the board, but I won't do that today because there is not a legislative session that's occurred since our last meeting, so that seems less relevant here. So my slides are, oh, look at that. They're coming. All right. They're not super exciting. until the last one. The last slide is super exciting, so let me show you. So.
I'll say one thing on that real quick.
Yes, sir.
If there are potential legislative concepts or something for the next session, now's the time to get them forward.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the first deadline was about 10 days ago.
Yeah, this, we clarified. In my mind, the Oregon legislature on Hanford related issues might be, sort of a declaration of support for funding at the site, or, you know, USD would continue support for, their operations. If there's something, and I haven't been in this job long enough to perhaps know if there was, other legislative actions that the Oregon legislature's taken related to the Hanford site. But I'd be interested to know if there was, we can talk about that. I've talked about it.
What was your budget, right?
Well, for our budget,
It's a little bit different. As well.
right, and I have I'll note about that for sure.
Back to your rescue.
Cool, thank you.
Just real quick question, the position that's vacant, is it, regional, is it, I mean, is it, you
So I think
said
so the at-large public positions, I believe.
It's open, so. it
it's
could
an
be-
at-large public position?
It
Yes.
could be from Northeast Oregon, it could be from the Valley, it could be from anywhere.
Yeah, sure.
What's
Yeah.
the breakdown right now? It seems like most everybody's from Portland, the valley. So other than myself and Jim and Bobby, is anybody else east of Cascade?
Tom Roberts. Tom Roberts is the Minnesota County Emergency Manager. Yes, Rep Levy. So,
Jim?
Yeah.
so
I was thinking of the environmental justice piece, and maybe acting with intentionality to try and reach out to some of those groups.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And we need help, if there's help, we can make the contacts, that would be great. Absolutely.
And the one thing about legislation is that while we pass the first session, we still have room for the long session to start. So if there's something that bubbles up to the surface.
Well, my own division's budget, wrapped into the Oregon Department of Energy's budget.
That makes sense. But, yeah, I mean, there's still possibilities there. And certainly your budget's very important.
Appreciate that, Sid. Thank you.
So Max, Confederated Tribes representation on the board,
Yeah.
can you?
Mark, we do have a position that's allocated specifically for the CTO.
the Board of Trustees from Confederated Tribes, the Uinta Indian Reservation does have a representative, and they decide who the representatives are. And you were able to attend this meeting, that's fair national.
Fair enough, yeah, okay.
Great, thank you. Illinois HCB update. Yeah, so, we have a new staff person, Matt. Hello. Matt Henderson. Thank you for being here. Second week on the job. Great to have you here. Appreciate that. Matt comes from, previously worked at the University of Oregon, and we're glad to have you on our team. Essentially that Jeff Burwright held, and people probably know this, but Jeff took another job in state government. And so Matt has joined us, and we're really excited to have you here. So you're getting the Hanford fire hose, right, information, so that's great. Thank you very much.
Actually, Matt, we no longer have the owls operational. So if you want to, if you,
So I took off my mask for nothing.
well, if you want to jump in front of a camera, do you have your laptop up?
No, I do not.
Yeah. The owls are audio only right now because I'm presenting the slides, so.
Okay.
Okay. All right, a couple things, just on this, you mentioned our budget, the work, our travel costs, that's an example, and the work that my team does, our team does, related to Hanford policy issues, is funded by a grant from the DOE, from US DOE. So we just received 2 weeks ago, we got authorization to have for a 3-year fiscal year budget going forward, fiscal year, and these are federal fiscal years, so it started Saturday, it's the first day of the federal fiscal budget, right? So fiscal year 23, 24, and 25, we've now lined up and have approval from DOE, and we agreed to those budgets, which is great. It's really exciting to have that federal 3 years of support, which is new. It's previously already been 1 year, and every year we have to reapply and reapply and reapply. So we got a 3-year budget, and it'll be easier administratively to handle, you know, a 3 years already locked up and we don't have to worry about negotiations in the future. So that's really appreciated to have that support. And as you can tell by the fact that we're here today, we have travel back in the budget. Our team has done a little bit of travel since summertime and in the fall with money that we were able to pull together. The DOE was not authorizing travel due to the pandemic, and now they're back open for travel budgets, and so we have travel built in right now, and that's important for us to be able to do our work. We have a tour tomorrow. The only thing I would note is that a lot of what you heard from DOE this morning, in my mind, will all come together when you see the site and see what they were actually talking about. It's hard to look at a map and see a PowerPoint slide and out of context from what the reality is on the ground and kind of have it all fit together. But I think it'll come together tomorrow for most people. You'll be able to say, oh, okay, so here's the TSCR site, here's the flow of the waste, here's the treatment plant, and kind of hold all together. Our team had a sneak preview tour 2 weeks ago. We came out and did a tour, essentially the same thing we're getting tomorrow. And it was really helpful for us to have that knowledge and context for me to get on the site, for us to get on the site for the first time. But for me personally, I hadn't been out here since 2015. And so to be able to see it and be able to speak intelligently and help the board more understand what we're talking about, not only today, but tomorrow. So it'll be a great day tomorrow. Long day, but it's exciting to be on the site. That's what I wanted to say on that slide.
Max?
Yes.
I encourage anybody here to go to the National Park Service installation on Hanford reactor site, because not only, is it the real deal, but also they have table-sized mock-ups of the entire site. And it shows you where the material went from this point to this point, to this point. So then you can put together why the plutonium finishing plant is where it is, why everything is where it is. So that I really encourage people to do. Yeah, and you can do it as a private citizen.
I was gonna say that too. Are we on the tour? We're gonna see that?
No, we're not going to be reactor. And as we understand it, the Park Service, because the Park Service now operates the B reactor, they do not do the same. We're getting the cleanup tour tomorrow, and the B reactor Park Service is separate, and for reasons that I couldn't explain, they are the same branch of the federal government, and they don't do the same tour the same day, is basically what it was. But if we can get that arranged, maybe for a meeting next year sometime, to go back and do the
If
Park
we
Service.
wanted, but you say the public can go to it?
Yeah, yes, yep.
And we could go to it after the tour if we wanted to drive back out.
Well, it's a several hour visit. I think, to do.
Oh, I've been there before. I'm here now. I'd like to see.
Yes. So guys.
We also have to book in advance due to the event that will let get it done.
That's good.
Next slide. You really should.
A couple things here about all this Yodo and Hanford related updates. Since our last meeting, we put out 2 comment letters. And then the last bullet is about the budget letter that John and David mentioned a minute ago. So just on the first 2 points here, this board has heard us talk about the ongoing National Academies of Science study and review of supplemental low activity waste treatment. That's a mouthful, but in the opening presentation today, talking about the direct feed low activity waste, I don't know if it was mentioned, but that facility is only designed to handle about 40% of the volume of the tank waste. The remainder of the low activity waste is what they call supplemental. And help me if I'm getting some of this off. There hasn't been a decision yet on how that waste will be treated. I think the options could be to either build another or continue the life of the plant that they're finishing right now, or take a different approach and do grouting, which is more of a cementous block, or some other technology treatments, and then where to dispose of that waste, whether it's on site, which John and his team wouldn't allow, grouting waste can't be disposed of. Or so they don't be an issue, or disposing it off-site, which is what the National Academies was looking at And really, my long way to say here is the core of our letter was that Oregon Department of Energy would be, is okay, is comfortable with what the National Academies is discussing and proposing, which at this time, which is to consider a grouting technology, which is likely to be cheaper for that supplemental waste, as long as it was disposed of out of the Northwest, likely at a commercial, low-level radioactive waste disposal facility, of which there's a couple in the nation that are licensed to take such waste, while also buying time for additional studies on grouting technology to occur. So that's kind of a quick summary of our letter. I sent the board the link to that letter, and we'll again send the letter again and more information if you want to take a look at it. It gets pretty technical into some of the things that we commented on. It's a technical study, and so that's kind of the focus we took it on. But as a policy level, that was sort of the approach, was if waste is moved out of Hanford, out of the Northwest, and another place, there's a commercial facility in Texas, one in Utah, they're licensed to handle that waste, want to accept it, Oregon's okay with it. That's fine with us. Anyway, that was the core of our comment on the national study. Yes.
Yeah, I'm on different meetings and I've been in a gender and radiation class this past few weeks. And there's a woman from Texas, and she's not the first person to say this. They do not want the waste. The company may want this waste, but the people who live there do not want this waste, understandably so. And I think that's something to consider, or at least to know. And in fact, she wants us to know that they do not want that waste. And I gave her the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board link to say, write us, send us a letter and let us know you don't want this waste and why you don't want that waste. And I've heard it from New Mexico too. These are activists who are in the trenches trying to protect their lives living next to this stuff. So, I mean, I get it. No one wants it, but it is an issue and it needs to be understood and heard.
It's a fair point. I respect what, the neighbors at the facility might say. In my position as a state of Oregon employee, I'm looking after the state of Oregon. And so I think our comment was in the spirit of looking after state's interest while trying to be understanding and respectful of other states and their ideas too, right? So if Texas shut down that facility and the waste wasn't able to go there, I think that's their choice. They would be able to make that choice. I'm trying to advocate for the state, but I understand and respect their interest. Right? It's bottom line, it's very.
I know it is. Yeah.
So that was the comment letter on the National Academies. We also in August submitted a letter to DOE on what they call the proposed adaptive milestone approach to cleanup schedule and priorities. Tom was our lead author on that letter.
Yeah.
Would you like to say a word about that?
So it's a very confusing comment period that was held. And I think that was a lot of our comment was, we're not quite sure what you're asking for here because the comment period was not on, it was called the proposed adaptive milestone approach, but the comment period was not on the approach. The comment period was on specific milestones that were being proposed. The milestones that were being proposed are mostly Central Plateau. There's some good ideas in there. There were some other priorities that we had identified for prioritizing characterization and cleanup, as opposed to prioritizing making a milestone to make a milestone to set a schedule, which was actually one of the milestones that was on there. We would like that if there are public meetings held about proposals and public comment periods, they should happen. This was a 90-day or 45-day public comment period, and they held the public meeting 10 days before the end of it, as opposed to the beginning. So you have people have the ability to have a conversation. So advocating for more informative information and more timely outreach, as well as for prioritizing cleanup. It's the general thrust of the letter.
Yeah.
So my question about that is, how does that dovetail with the holistic negotiation? It
so
seems like there's an overlap.
There is, but there isn't, because while there is one Hanford, the majority of the adaptive milestones were on the Richland Operations Office side. So that's the not tank stuff. So the holistic negotiations is all tanks all the time. There's a little bit of overlap, but in general, technology can correct me if I'm wrong.
Is that anything else to add on that connection there? Is that?
Well, yeah, I'll just be very direct here. So I think DOE did at least two things wrong on the public comment on the adaptive milestone approach. One is they'd previously been given some advice from the Hanford Advisory Board. I think Liz actually worked on it. It was about, if you're going to do comments on milestones, check out your public involvement materials with the Hanford Advisory Board Public Involvement Committee beforehand to make sure that your materials are actually explaining what you're doing. They did not do that. In my opinion, and opinion of others, this was the worst public comment period I've ever seen. The second thing they did wrong is they didn't actually they've not done outreach on the adaptive milestone approach. And I think Max will remember when your October last year meeting was going to be in public, I suggested DOE be on the agenda and come explain what they were doing, and they declined to do that. And so they really had an opportunity months in advance of the public comment period to go do some outreach and engage with the public, and they declined to do that. I'm going to tell them that tomorrow.
Okay. So the last bullet here is about the letter that John and David, excuse me, mentioned earlier, the budget letter that Governor Brown signed on to with Governor Inslee and many other parties, local parties, regional parties. I think Hanford Challenge signed on to the letter advocating for the increased budget. And it went right, I don't know if it was even as clear, it was right to the White House itself. It wasn't to DOE, it wasn't to the Secretary of Energy. It was to the White House saying the president's request budget for fiscal year 2024, this number, 3.76 billion, which I think, John, you calculated personally, I believe, is the number. Is the number that is the budget that we think collectively the site needs to meet its milestones, to meet its obligations. It's a lot of money, and I won't kind of get into what David and John talked about, but state of Oregon, obviously, we support that request. I think the very first conversation I took this job about Hanford is funding, right? Budgets. So we're advocating for that additional funding so that DOE can get the job done. And perhaps I volunteered to David, but I'll volunteer again to go to DC and help you as an Oregon representative to help make that case. I've shared that letter, and I communicate with Senators Merkley and Wyden's Natural Resource Policy Advisor staff on this issue. So hopefully that information filters up to the senators themselves, and they can take it under consideration. I made a note here, I didn't write it down, but so people are aware, David and I represent our states on what's called the Federal Facility Task Force. Federal facilities being DOE cleanup sites across the nation. And one of the things that we're trying to be cautious of is not make it sort of this beggar thy neighbor approach where money comes to Hanford at the expense of the other sites across the country. And there are other sites across the country that have important priorities to clean up. So it's not that Hanford wants a bigger slice of that pie. It's that we need the pie to get bigger so that Hanford gets a fair share and that the other sites also get their fair share to do what they need to do. So that's an important thing. And Dave, maybe we need to go take that more to the FMT again. See if there's
I'm working.
an avenue to take.
We're making progress. They can only do so much lobbying because of the form of their thing, but they actually work with the other governors at the sites across the United States. Do a similar correspondence.
I guess the last thing I was going to note about the letter and the funding itself is, I think we all realize from our day jobs that just having money isn't always enough, right? You still need people, qualified, skilled people to do the work. You need the materials to do the work. And right now in the country, there's challenges with labor, skilled labor, challenges with supply chains and with materials, right? And what I've heard is that locally, it's no different. All the skilled radiological techs are hired already, right? And so they need to keep it workforce training. And DOE has a tremendous workforce training program that we've heard about, but if they get additional $1 billion+ a year, I imagine there's going to be a bit of a ramp up to hire those qualified people, to get the equipment, to get the materials, to start doing the work. So it's not necessarily a solution just to have money. There needs to be corresponding workforce materials goes along with it. Presumably, I shouldn't presume, but we would work or lobby with DOE, advocate, not lobby, to make sure that they're ready to handle that type of flow of money if it were to be. Okay.
I haven't thought. The intergovernmental meeting is coming up in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Is this not a topic that really should be at the top of that list?
Yeah, I think it's some of those things on the agenda.
Great.
On that point about workforce stuff, for in my day job, I do workforce and education stuff and computer science and other areas, but I'm just wondering, like, are there any links with like the Washington and Oregon higher ed systems? Or education systems?
Well, Washington State University, Tri-Cities campuses, I drove right by, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Blue Mountain Community College, I believe, they'll funnel, they're still workforce here.
Mason College here in the Tri-Cities.
I think it's awesome.
As active, supporting this.
Yeah. So I think it's, what do we have in our state? I said Blue Mountain, and that will be missing. I don't know if we have, Hanford specific trade programs or skills programs.
You got the trade programs at Oregon State University.
Right. But
We don't know when they leave there, where they go.
Right. So
Are there Hanford internship with these local educational institutions?
I assume so. Yeah, I don't know.
One thing to note when you're on site tomorrow, people tend to wear their school colors on their lanyard. So you can get a judge. There are some coups and there are some.
There's plenty of coups, but it's also very national. You'll see there are people here from across the country. They come to work here, so it's a diverse workforce, that's for sure. Okay, I'll go to the next slide. Keep moving along here. So this is, I admit it's a little less on the Hanford specific, but I wanted to make sure there's a touch point back to the board on the consent-based citing request for information, because the board submitted a letter in March to DOE on, they call it consent-based citing. And just a reminder, that's consent-based citing for the National Nuclear Waste Repository process. Spent nuclear fuel, not necessarily nuclear, but spent nuclear fuel repository, and interim, which is part of the problem, is what they're talking about. But I wanted to bring a touch point back to the board because we submitted a comment letter in March. So my slides, I can't really read it here, but what it basically says is 2 weeks ago, DOE released a summary report of the responses they received from across the country on that process. They had 225 letters that were submitted to them about, what a process would look like, what people want to see in the process for it to get to potentially citing a national repository for waste. Correspondingly with that, the DOE is taking the next steps now, and in their process, they are actually going to provide funding. Well, it's an opportunity to apply for funding, and it will provide funding to organizations, which could be state governments, that are interested in working more with DOE on this consent-based citing process. And I was going to read a quote here, I mean, kind of wordy, but the DOE issues a $16 million funding opportunity announcement to support community engagement with DOE's consent-based citing activities. The funding will foster the development of innovative community ideas and feedback specific to citing one or more federally consolidated interim storage facilities for the nation's spent nuclear fuel. Spent nuclear fuel is from nuclear power plants, right? It's I'm still not talking about defense waste, which is part of the challenge, but that's what they're talking about here. Funding opportunity is another important step towards building understanding between interested communities, organizations, and DOE about the consent-based citing process without yet looking for a volunteer opposed to community. In later phases, DOE will engage with communities that express interest in potentially hosting one or more facilities. So I want you to have full information of what's happening right now. I do not recommend that this board seek funding from that opportunity, particularly because Oregon, by statute, prohibits disposal of radioactive waste in our state. And I think the community, even though they're not necessarily looking for host communities right now, I think they probably are. And so they're looking for communities that might be interested in learning more in that process. And I don't think Oregon couldn't by statute right now. And I don't think it's worth our time and effort to go that way. But I wanted the board to have that opportunity to understand the information as I see it.
Are you or Oregon Department of Energy comfortable with the current spent fuel storage at, I forget the name.
Trojan site.
Trojan site.
Are we comfortable with it? Well, It's safe. Yeah, it's safe. So people are aware that the former Trojan nuclear power plant in Columbia County has, still sits the spent fuel canisters at that site. It's sort of near Scappoose, outside of St. Helens. That site would be on the list to send the spent fuel wherever, if there were to be a national repository, that fuel would leave, the spent fuel would leave Oregon and go to wherever that site would be. We would love that to happen sooner rather than later. But so would every community in this country, right? So it's a good point. You know, we have a voice as a state because we host that facility now. Columbia County has a deep interest in, I assume, moving that fuel out of the site.
It's on a fault, it's near a fault line. I don't know if it's exactly on it, but I know there's a fault line that runs down the Columbia.
Well, is it in the lower zone?
I don't know, but it is on a fault line, and that's why they're worried about the tanks that are also storing fuel, you know, there. So it's not, I think it's not a good place. They're too close to the river.
The spent fuel, they're in huge steel concrete canisters, big casks, right? And so like in my mind, they would, if they fall over, they're still safe. If they roll into the river, that seems like far-fetched, but maybe what happened in the 9.0 earthquake, who knows? Bottom line, it'd be great to get them out of our state, right? But there's really no place to go, and so it's kind of a tough spot right now. They sit where they sit, and they're safe to store. Is there any something?
Just that Dan Solitz has his hand up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dan, please.
Yes, thank you. Before this meeting today, the DOE held a 1-hour session on the consent-based siting with the leaders in the DOE, and they sort of hinted that this consent-based siting for interim storage was a dress rehearsal for a deep geologic disposal site, and that does affect us because we're going to need deep geologic disposal for the high-level waste at Hanford, as well as probably the cesium capsules and the WESEP capsules. And what they're looking for, and they were pretty adamant about not looking for a site itself, but to look for how to put a process together to site a site, whether it's deep geologic disposal or interim, that gains community acceptance. And they're just kind of going out to looking for 6 places where they can talk to folks about, get a feel for how to do it. And I think Oregon could make a valuable contribution to that process and further our own objectives in getting the high-level waste off the Hanford site. So I hope you give some consideration to that. Thank you.
So is this latest effort by DOE, the multi-million-dollar campaign, is that for just an interim site, or could that possibly be for a permanent
Well,
repository?
Yes, right now it's
By
just-
Congress, it's just an interim site.
Yeah, exactly, but the Trojan site is interim storage too. It's been there for 30 years, right?
Right.
And the concern was really that Hanford, because it's already, it's got security, it's a safe and quote unquote secure site, that it would be an ideal location for interim storage. And I don't think we want to see that.
But Max, doesn't Oregon prohibit the entry of into Oregon, not the disposal of?
Pass through?
We can pass through.
You can pass through if you're not disposing in the state.
Yeah.
So if we're to decide to dispose of it in Washington, imagine rather a lot of stuff passing.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't advocate that we should stay deeply engaged in the process, right? But what I'm saying here is the funding opportunity right now to be, you know, to get the $1 million from DOE to be part of their task force on the study may not be our right swim lane right now. But I think we should stay engaged and provide comment on it. Yes, absolutely, because Hanford won't be the site for future deep geologic repository. I can say that with confidence. But when waste leaves the site, it'll go through Oregon, most likely, for transport. So we need transport safety considerations. And so we need to stay engaged and involved to protect our own interest, right? And make sure that when waste does leave Hanford, whether it's deep geological repository or down to New Mexico to the existing they call it the WIP facility, the waste isolation pilot plant for true waste, that's going to come to Oregon as well. So we have an interest in safe transportation, that's for sure, and making sure our communities are knowledgeable and aware and ready to.
I guess I was referencing, we had, you know, some waste come into Oregon, right, and get deposited in, you know, right next to Morrow County, they're right next to the river. And the folks that, you know, got rid of it got in trouble,
Yeah.
but the folks that brought it in, not so much.
We changed our statutes. Thank you, senators, for passing an important bill in 2021, SB 246, which now prohibits the transportation of waste into the state if the intent is to dispose of it.
Okay, that's what I was getting at, yeah.
If the intent is simply to transfer through Oregon, you know, it's federal highways.
Sure.
But for disposal in the state, it's now legal to transport with intent to dispose in the state. Yes.
Well, the DOE in their executive summary of the comments to that RFI said that the greater number of commenters expressed opposition to having an interim site for two reasons. One was the fact that it could become a de facto permanent site.
Yeah.
And the other one was transportation safety risk.
Okay, because you have to move it twice, so to speak.
Right.
Was that the last item on your list?
One more.
Okay, because that was gonna be a really good segue into the
I
next.
have an exciting thing there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so when you're on your tour tomorrow, you're gonna go by the Columbia Generating Station, which is a commercial power plant. There is spent nuclear fuel stored there. I don't know if DOE will call that out on the tour or not. You'll also go by a green building, the canister storage building, and there is spent nuclear fuel stored there from a number of sources. There's some Hanford spent nuclear fuel. There's some from a couple of commercial nuclear power plants, Shippingport, Pennsylvania, another one I think in Illinois. I have no idea why the fuel came here. There's some fuel from a Triga reactor, as a research reactor, and some fuel from Los Alamos National Laboratory. So there is spent nuclear fuel stored here at Hanford. You might point that out as you go by this canister storage building.
Are there any research reactors in the state of Oregon?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You know,
And speaking of Hanford storage of reactors, Trojan, the reactor core itself is in Hanford.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Submarines, say, submarines? The Navy. Yes, thank you for sending me up to. Oh, my God. All right, the Navy. Yes.
One more thought. What about tribal nations they're gonna look for that potentially might want to, join in and do research and consider that? I mean, certainly they went through that before.
Well, I mean, they're autonomous nations, and I guess they would have their own choice, right? So is, if they wanted to pursue that or not. I mean, that's,
And how would Oregon respond? Would there be?
that might be a challenge. You mean if one of our tribes wanted to host a nuclear? field,
Exactly.
as opposed to
If
someone
it got
else?
to the, if it got to that.
I'd have to get my attorney, they probably could, right? They have autonomy over the land.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, they have autonomy over the land, so. Be a tricky spot. I know, I've never heard that was, our tribe was considering.
It happened, this has happened in Utah.
Yes.
Salt Lake, yeah, Ghost Shoot tribe. Yeah.
Submarines.
Maybe. I thought this was kind of, maybe I'm setting this up to be more, I think it's setting it. So we're 300 miles from the ocean right here, but I'm going to talk about the Navy. It's interesting. The Navy, our Navy disposes of its decommissioned submarine reactor compartments at the Hanford site. Maybe we didn't know this. This is interesting. So the Navy's subs have about a 40-year lifespan. And after 40 years or so, they decommission their submarines. The decommissioning is done at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard in Bremerton. The fuel, the spent fuel is sent to Idaho National Labs. And the reactor compartments the subs are taken apart. The reactor compartment is barged out of Puget Sound, down the Washington coast and up the Columbia River to pretty close to here, right? The port of Benton, where they pull them out of
2 blocks away.
Yeah, right there. They take them out of the river. They put them on this transporter that has about 500 wheels. It's a little exaggeration, but not.
No, it's correct.
500 wheels.
Yeah.
And they transport them into the Hanford site, into a place called Trench 94, and they're disposed of at the Hanford site permanently. About 130, maybe my number's off a little bit low, but 130 reactor compartments have been disposed of over the years at the Hanford site. 1 to 2 a year. Our agent, my agency, has been involved in ensuring safe transportation along the river since the beginning of this program in the late 80s. I thought it was an interesting thing for us to bring up. 2 weeks ago, Tom and I had the opportunity to go to Bremerton, to the shipyard. We were invited by the Navy. And so Tom and I went, Mark, you've done this tour before, and my predecessor Ken has done this tour before. Tom and I went to the site, to the shipyard, and got the tour of the whole facility there. We saw the reactor compartments as they're being decommissioned and put on the barge and ready to ship here. So, my next slide. There it is. It's huge.
That's the USS Philadelphia.
Is it?
Formerly.
That's what's left of the US.
Which starred in an episode of NCIS.
Gosh, that was why I asked our DOE friends if they had any outside things like this, and he said no, and so I was a little confused. I believe Carrier Enterprise.
I can talk about that.
Yeah.
If you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was weird to me.
Was it 12,000 curies remaining in the reactor compartment?
I don't know.
Mostly cobalt, so, wow. Yeah. They're relatively hot, but they're really well shielded. And the nice thing about subs is they don't leak. So when the compartment is sealed up, it's probably the safest storage material on the Hanford site.
Yeah, so that's, Tom and I are in that group of people. You can't see us, of course, but we're down in there. We're on the barge. That's the barge. The unit is welded to the barge itself. And then it's tugged by 2 tugs and escorted by Navy security ships, through the river up here for disposal. And then, of course, the good folks here take it off the barge and take it to its final resting place.
So that's a big trench, 94.
Yeah, there's 130 plus of those.
It's not just subs, there's the light cruisers reactors are also there, not just submarines.
So as these things are being transported, are they a risk to bystanders?
No. I mean, we're that close. We had radiological technicians from Oregon Health Authority actually came with us on this tour, and they had their meters reading the radioactivity. It's quite low.
The dose was 10 microcuries, or 10 micro-R per hour. So really low stuff.
Yeah, it's quite low.
So where is Trench 94?
You're going to see it tomorrow, are you? I hope.
Yeah, we're driving by Trench 94.
Yeah.
Are we? Okay, that could be it.
So how does that fit into the cleanup plan? Is the idea that they'll hang out in Trench 94 forever?
Be there forever.
Yes.
I can settle it up. And this is, I would say that Tom and I, one of the cool things, and if there's other opportunities in the future, see if we can bring other people along this, because I know it's amazing.
Heck yeah.
We got to go underneath a submarine. Who can say that, right?
That was on wooden blocks.
Yeah, we went underneath the sub. That was
50
being
feet below the
decommissioned.
water.
That was being decommissioned. We went to the dry dock. The dry dock is 40 feet below sea level, below Puget Sound, because you're in the dry dock. And then the workers are up there taking apart 2 subs at a time and then getting ready for future shipments. And I thought it was fascinating.
So wait a minute, if it's in a dry dock, 40 feet below water, how'd you go below?
Well,
It's on wooden blocks, about 6 to 7 feet up.
they pump the water out.
So it's out of water, yeah.
It's out of water.
The dry dock was dry.
They close off the cage, they pump out the water.
And as far as the disposition, the fuel's been removed from here, so the reactor is just basically activated materials. Cobalt 60 is the hottest one. It has a half-life of 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
So after 10 half-lives, it's relatively inert. So it is, that's the final resting place.
At a future conversation, future meeting, I think we should talk about land use and the Hanford future land use plan. They call it the comprehensive land use plan of the club. There's sort of the guiding document, the guiding goal for what cleanup at the site looks like, because obviously these will be here forever. These will outlive humanity on this earth probably, because they will never degrade in a dry desert environment. I can't remember, senators, one of you were asking about the map that had the colored, the green and the yellow. That was basically their DOE's plan, as I understand it, for the site, which is that inner area. I think it was yellow on the map. It will be, a disposal location in perpetuity. for the material from Hanford and perhaps from elsewhere, like the Navy's reactor compartments here. And if I understand correctly, the river area and the rest of the site work towards a clean state that might be used for something else, industrial purposes or some other land use. But there will be a certain part of the area, the inner area, they call it, inner plateau, that will always be disposal locations, be landfills and sites that humans really can't use.
Time release capsule.
Forever. Yeah, I mean, that's, but consolidating it towards one location that's engineered to handle the waste, to slow that time release capsule is what the effort's all about in some ways, and that's a wise effort. Okay,
Okay,
that's all.
it's gonna be tough getting back on schedule. But we'll try. Board business, Max has already covered several things on the agenda. Have a very, very short discussion on board priorities for the upcoming year. It's obvious that we can't do much of that with the time we have today. So I'll be contacting over the course of the next 4 to 6 weeks, everybody on the board and start compiling kind of a master list of what could be or should be on this priority list. And then we will, again, kind of go back through the group and try to prioritize that into, priority 1, 2s, and 3s. And then at our next meeting, we'll be able to sit down and start at the top and say, okay, this is kind of the majority of the board thinks these should be, our top priorities. And let me give you just a couple of examples. One example might be we want to, in general sense, comment on regulatory actions. Or we want to cherry pick certain regulatory actions, and therefore which kinds of regulatory actions we want to cherry pick, and we might want to get some feedback from the regulators. Something like a future land use plan could be on the list. Emergency procedures and notifications. So if something happens, how does that cascade across the border into Oregon if there's an air release or water release, things that in terms of priority, we would specifically ask DOE or the regulators to come and brief us on that. Personally, I'm kind of interested in DOE's risk management process because risk tends to drive budgets. And like you guys have pointed out, that's very opaque. And I think as a board, it would behoove us to better understand how DOE is managing risks, both short-term and long-term. So I'll get this started by throwing some things out there, single shell tank leaks, there's lots and lots of examples, but I'd like to at the next meeting kind of winnow that down to some things that as a board we could focus on and comment on. So if that's okay, any thoughts or quick thoughts, or pick it up next time. Acknowledgement of new board members. I think Max did that. Thank you very much. And recruiting, board leadership. Max, you want to talk about that? We need a vice chair. And we need a tab alternate.
Yes, so we need a vice chair, and if anybody's interested, contact me in the park. You don't have to raise your hand right now. The Hanford Advisory Board, excuse me, I'll lose my voice here. The Hanford Advisory Board has 2 seats from the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. Right now, Dan Solitz is serving out that position, but Dan's been, he's off the OHCB, and so Dan's been serving interim. Thank you, Dan, for that. Jeff will be on the HABs, the OHCB's representatives to the Hanford Advisory Board for the next 2 years minimum. Because it's a 2-year term and you can have 3 2-year terms, but there's also an open seat for an alternate that would work with Jeff and would be able to go to the meetings, pay attention, perhaps fill in your seat if you couldn't attend a meeting, something like that.
And I'm not Oregon's sole representative on the board. Who else is on the board?
Well, yeah, so the OHCB has 2 spots, one spot, one position, and an alternate. The state of Oregon, I'm on the board as well, representing Oregon and working for Oregon Department of Energy. Tom's on the board, and we'll apply Matt's to be on the board as well. Jeff Burritt was on the board. And so we have representation from, representing, the day job at Hanford Challenge. Yeah, okay. So you probably can't be on the board again for OHCB.
I don't think so.
That would be not possible, so we need somebody else. The Hanford Advisory Board is an important forum, but it's a bigger time commitment than this board. I'll be honest about that. There's more meetings, more engagement than our board has. So it's more of a time commitment. So just if you're interested in the details about what the HAB entails, you can call me. Tom knows a lot about it. And Jeff will soon know a lot about it when you get involved more in the board.
Okay, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is, date and time of the next board
Actually,
meeting.
we need to, I just want to cover one thing. So everyone should have their workday accounts. I know it's frustrating because passwords, et cetera. If you have an issue with it, please let me know. There is online training that's required of all state employees, which includes members of boards and commissions. We appreciate everybody working to get those modules done. If you have an issue with it, just let me know so I can work with the workday staff at, not at our office, it's over at Chief Human Resource Office, try and get those things done. So let me know if you're having issues with that.
So I don't have a day job. So Mark, what would you propose as the time? And date for
I will
next
fill
meeting?
your day up with this.
Are we talking January or early February?
For the next meeting?
Yes.
Max, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't we looking at a virtual meeting for the winter, so nobody has to drive? So we go to a virtual meeting, the venue doesn't matter because we can pull it into Teams. So if we do January timeframe, that gives us a few months, although with the holidays and things, there might not be a whole lot of topics. So then we look into February. However, if we look into a spring in-person meeting, after that, say Hood River as an example, you know, it's always good to have a little bit of break between. So DOE's got something to come and talk to us about. If we haven't back to back too much, it's like, well, there's nothing to cover because we just did that. Be the same for what John and Jeff do. It's like, well, we haven't had anything going on.
Well, we could certainly have, if our EPA, and we could certainly invite EPA back for a longer session. Sounds like they have a lot to talk about. Plenty of board business to handle as well. So whether DOE has, and DOE is a little truncated today, so we could invite them to talk about land use or something else. So I was gonna suggest a January virtual meeting because our friends in the legislature start up heavy in February.
It's late January.
Late January.
Yeah, they moved it back. I think, it's late January is when we start now.
Okay.
The dates haven't been finalized.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of waiting on the November elections.
But if we did, we would do a longer one-day Teams meeting for that. Maybe a Monday or Tuesday.
Like a mid-January kind of thing, week after New Year's.
So 16, 17 or 23, 24?
Sure.
Which one?
I haven't looked at calendars yet till we get back.
All right,
So those are proposed dates that we would look at.
okay. Okay, with that, we want to open the meeting for public comment opportunity. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to offer a comment to the board?
Let's talk about the dinner real quick.
Okay.
Tom, do you have the venue?
Yeah, so, there's a new thing happening in the Tri-Cities where a lot of the restaurants we would normally go to for our dinner, are not open on Mondays. So we were able to find a venue that is walking distance to the hotel. And, they're gonna set some tables aside. It's the Texas Roadhouse. So it's, you know, decent food, not quite as place specific as we normally would be, but, they have the table set aside for us.
Is there any
It's definitely fun.
way to eat outside?
I do not know, I do not think they have outdoor seating based on the drive-thru we did.
So what time was that again?
7 o'clock is when our reservation, well, our tables will be ready.
And let me just add a couple logistic things. If you haven't gone to the hotel yet, that's the Red Line in Columbia Center, 1101 North Columbia Center Boulevard in Kennewick. And you're on the rooming list for the Hanford cleanup board. And also tomorrow morning, our pickup time is 7 in the morning. So I have packets here that DOE has left. They would normally give everybody the packet when we get there in the morning. I'm gonna go ahead and hand these out tonight. That way, if you want to read ahead or anything, make sure you bring these with you tomorrow. Once we get on the bus, we will be coming back over to this part of town, and then off we go until about almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And make sure that you dress appropriately. I sent out that information on what was required. Anybody have any questions on that? They're gonna ask for your government issued picture ID tomorrow too, because we have to get visitors badged in. But they didn't know in advance what names are of everybody. So grab one of these. Please hold on to your handouts that they put together for us. Those are always good.
Bring a water bottle. They don't have water.
We've got 2 cases of water. We've got 2 cases of water. You're welcome to bring snacks and things, but we've got water. It's gonna be warm out there later in the day. There's gonna be some walking at some different locations too.
We're eating lunch on site then?
We are eating lunch on site. The lunches have been ordered. Thanks for giving me your request. During, I think, the second or third stop,
At the waste treatment plant.
we have the waste treatment plant area. We will be having lunch. Yes, Rep. Levy.
Just a quick question, no phones and no watches on the whole trip, or what is the clarification on that? Because I was reading, is that the same handout you're giving us everybody tonight that you guys provided earlier?
No, the information that I passed along was directly from DOE communications about things that are prohibited on the site. These are the handouts, more informative packets about what everybody's going to see tomorrow.
Thank you.
Typically, they restrict photography to areas that they say you take pictures.
But they'll tell. You can bring your phone. You can bring your phone on the bus. You can't take a picture until they tell you. Okay. So those things, but you
Oh,
can,
that's
you can keep,
perfect.
yeah, you can keep your phone with you. Yeah.
And I'm assuming that you're gonna give, like me and those of us who are coming early tomorrow morning, the handout that you're handing out to everybody else.
Yes, we will have them with us.
Thank you very much. Look forward to the tour.
Okay, without objection, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
I'm ready.
Here, it's.